We now have quorum and we will be beginning this meeting. The first item on the meeting is we will be approving the agenda before us. As we have looked into the bylaws and found that the agenda cannot be modified without approving it by the whole Senate, or unless we make a bylaws changes to change that, I move that we approve the agenda as it sits before you. If you have not gotten a recent copy of the agenda, please ask a neighbor for it. Are there any objections to the agenda as it stands? And so if we keep discussions efficient, we will be able to get through this and people can return to their studies. All right. Are there any objections to the agenda? All right. See no objections, we will continue with the agenda as it is. All right, so the first thing that we will be addressing is the petition to install water bottle filling stations around campus. As the presenter is unable to attend the meeting, it will be proxy presented by Jessica Krajewski, who will represent the Senate, the representatives' opinions.
Okay, so start off with this is petition by Emily Barilla. Yeah, and I was talking to her a little bit this past week. She's been working on this project with the SUDA and also FSC, and so basically her recommendations going forward are that she continues working on it, and then as it starts to get closer to, I guess, when there'd be a proposal written or something like that, then she asks for our support and help with that, as well as funding, which would also, I guess, be part of the proposal. But again, for the most part, this is something she's been working on. She put it as a petition just to see if there was enough support from the students for a project like this going forward. So.
Okay, we're going to open up a queue for discussion on the petition to install water bottle filling stations around campus. Yes, Michael.
All right, so just to give everyone some background on this project, so this was an idea that was brought up in not this FSC, but the previous FSC under Tina. It was an idea that we didn't pursue, and then this coming FSC, we brainstormed at the beginning of the year. We liked the idea, but no one really wanted to follow through with it. But Emily approached FSC about doing the project, and we would be kind of like a consultant, so helping her figure out who to talk to and stuff like that. This year, she wasn't able to do much with the project, so she wanted to make the petition to kind of see if there's actually any interest from the students about it. Obviously, it hit like 300 signatures, so there is interest in the project. My opinion is that we shouldn't assign this to FSC. We should kind of let Emily work on this herself. We can maybe assign a senator if they so choose, if they're really passionate about this project. But I think the way it's going right now, she's operating this project under VSUDA, and she wants to work with FSC as kind of like a, hey, you guys have contacts in administration, who should we talk to, blah, blah, blah. But she wants to do this as a VSUDA project instead of a Senate project. So I think the motion that we should do is to recognize the motion, and I don't want to like charge it to FSC because that goes against everything I just said. So either I want to open up the discussion to see if there's any senators that are interested in taking this on personally. Otherwise, we should just recognize the petition as there is a need for this, and maybe charge it to the speaker or something. I don't know. That's all I have.
The queue is empty. For the large number of guests we have in the room, just some reference on how this works. Whenever we open up discussion, you can feel free to raise your hand, motion, get my attention in some way. I'll put you down in the queue. If you have not yet spoken, you will have higher priority than those who already have, so there are essentially two queues running. If you are not a voting member of the Senate, you cannot make any formal motions, but you can request that stuff be done by a senator. You can also yield the remainder of your time. You have 5 minutes to anyone else in the room who wishes to respond. If you have time yielded to you, cannot yield it further. The queue is currently empty. Yes, Kelly.
I'll just put in, like, I'm in a bunch of the other environmental clubs, and it's been thrown around by a couple other ones, so I really think that it would be easy for the environmental clubs to either come together and handle it, or Suda to handle it, and so I think, like, Senate doesn't necessarily need to have an active role.
Kyle.
Just for everyone to consider. consider, if you assign a senator to this project, you're not necessarily taking it over from Emily. Rather, that senator will be responsible for working with her and helping her reach her goals. It's basically the Senate lending her support. So I agree with Michael, it's a really good option.
Michael. Paul.
So, I'm just wondering, are there already written up recommendations from her for this, Jess? And if so, could you read them? I yield my time to Jess.
She didn't give any like formal recommendations. She just asked that she continue working on it with Pizzuto, and then for basically for us to help like continue supporting her with both the financial end of things and just talking with administration, which from what Michael said, it seems like that's basically what's been happening already, and that's kind of what she recommended. Again, not formally, but so.
Michael.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask that if you are interested in taking this on yourself, that you get on the queue and tell me so that I can motion to have it charged to you. Otherwise, the motion that I will move at the end of discussion is to just like recognize it and like be like, hey, we like this petition, we wanna look into it. That's all I'm gonna, that's it.
Jess.
So it seems like.
I'm sorry, hold on, sorry. Tim. I'm sorry.
No problem. I guess before this goes any further, I want to ask for clarification. Since there weren't any specific instructions with the petition, has anyone looked into what this actually does for us? Because I'm not entirely sure why sinks and faucets aren't, and water fountains, which we have everywhere, aren't okay as it is. So what do we get out of this? Yield my time to.
So that is a good point. I think, yeah, the water that comes out of the sink and the water fountain is exactly the same, so like technically there isn't a need for this. The interest that comes, or the reason that people are interested in it is I think like the perception that like water fountains, but also because I think, yeah, the perception that like they want to drink from a water fountain, not the sink, and if they're gonna use a water fountain, they use like water bottles, and it promotes like reusing all that stuff, and yeah, that's like basically the reason. I would agree that like using the sink technically is the same thing, but I don't know how to. We can make a initiatives to say, hey, drink from the sink instead of the water fountain. I don't know.
Jess.
I guess in response to the 2 points you made, the one, the fact that it is kind of difficult to fill like a lot of reusable water bottles like in the sink or the water fountain, and number two, it kind of promotes actually using those reusable water bottles because, like I said, it is difficult to kind of fill in those, and it is a little bit more of a perception thing, but at the same time, it is helpful for those who already use it. And then, in terms of like the recommendations that she made, like I said, it wasn't like a formally written up, but I guess it was kind of formal from her in that that's what she wants. It just wasn't formally written up. So maybe I should clarify that.
Alright, I'm on the queue next. As someone who uses tall water bottles, it's in many cases impossible on campus to do so. So having a specific idea of a water bottle filling station is something that comes usually built into the water fountain, but it's higher and you can fit a large water bottle in there, so you can't usually fit those. Tommy.
I was gonna say something similar to that. Like when I fill my water bottle up, when I go to the gym, because if you have something you're trying to fill it up with, like protein powder or something, it spills out sometimes. Hassle. And then this is kind of not going anywhere, so motion to do something and close the debate.
Are you wishing to call the question or close the queue?
There's no question.
There's no motion put forward.
There is.
Okay. There's someone that's interested that wants to talk, so let's wait 1 second.
There's no motion pending. Bill.
I yield thoughts.
So I have worked with FSC this past semester, and I'd be happy to work with her with contacting administration, doing whatever she needs as far as the Senate needs. I'd be happy to help with that project and make it successful.
I'm assuming you're good with your.
Yeah.
Okay,
good.
cool. Austin's done. Michael.
Okay, I don't know the exact, like, how to word this, but I would like to move the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, given, whereas, like, the petition has gotten sufficient signatures, resolves to recognize the petition and charge Senator Austin Miller with, looking into this further. Yeah, we can clean up the language later. That's the general. Is that valid?
Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the petition install all filling stations around campus has reached over 250 signatures, recognize the petition by charging Senator to investigate the issue. So moved by Michael Hahn, seconded by James White.
Gonna open up a queue for discussion of the proposed motion. Jessica.
I understand that not charging it to a senator doesn't mean that they're taking over the project, but should we mention something about her and working with the pseudo, or is that not necessary? Okay, so I yield to Marcus.
I think that's a good point. I think that's necessary to point out the fact that the project has already been worked on, and also point out that, you know, there is due credit to be had. So I say that someone should motion that we amend the motion.
Paul.
Motion to amend, motion to read Austin Miller in conjunction with Emily Phillips and Vasuda.
Emily Ferrella.
You know what I mean. Sorry, Emily. Add on their ongoing project, or wherever those words fitting grammatically correctly.
Charging, wait, can you repeat that again? Charging,
Throw in Vasuda and Emily Ferrella.
charging
On
Austin Miller
ongoing
to,
project
okay,
We
somewhere
can't charge us.
over the rainbow.
yeah, to where, I'll just say, wait,
Emily on her ongoing. Yeah, I yield to Michael.
okay, I would like to amend to say, resolve to recognize the petition by charging Austin Miller to work with Vasuda and Emily Ferrella on this project, on this initiative. Charging Austin Miller to assist Vasuda and
Can we get an English major in the house?
Not at RPI.
I don't know how to
The
spell.
queue is empty.
Outsource to Sienna.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. All those in favor of the motion as it currently reads?
Could you read the motion?
Yes, I can reread it, but we're in voting procedure.
I don't know what the heck I'm voting on.
What you just said.
What you just said.
Mike wants you to read it again.
Oh, Mike gets you to read it again, but I don't.
We're voting, so we're
He said no, Mike.
But that's a point of like.
we're voting.
Yeah, but
We are voting.
All those opposed?
Mike is opposed or abstaining?
Again, we're doing the two-hand system again.
I don't want to do that.
Like, your left hand is Mike, your right hand is you.
Is he opposed? We'll just ask. Is he opposed or abstaining?
Why?
Abstaining.
Yeah, why is he counting
Because
towards
there's
quorum? 'Cause,
chat
like,
too.
I didn't know he
We
was.
can't always hear you guys.
So let's not,
Yeah,
here's the motion.
Alright.
1702.
Nice.
let me just sign this.
I
didn't sign it
I
yet.
wrote your name down.
The mic
Motion
doesn't
passes
pick it up.
1702.
Michael, do you want to sign it?
What are the specifications for being? That's actually your. I'm not currently. He's on webcam.
I wasn't.
Or on web. So if you're. How does it work?
Oh, no.
So if you're on webcam and that's okay.
1702.
I don't think. We talked about.
Alright. Next on the agenda. Thank you. So, next on the agenda, we will be addressing the next petition, which is Bring Big Name Conference Back to RPI. The sponsor for the petition on the website has chosen not to present, so this will be on the floor for the Senate to discuss.
Discuss, I hope.
Discuss, yeah. Open a queue.
Okay, I'm gonna open a queue for discussion of bring big name concerts back to RPI. Jenna.
Just a quick question, why did they leave why did they stop coming to RPI?
Are you directing that to anyone or just
Um,
asking it?
I don't know who I would yield it to. I yield to Paul then.
The short version of the answer to that question directly is, when the Times Union Center was built in Albany, it's a bigger venue in the area, which has far better acoustics. So everybody was like, yeah, screw the Fieldhouse.
Paul.
Okay, so just because I'm on the 125th anniversary of the Union Committee, which meant I helped work with UPAC Concerts on the concert they just had with Ms. Mister up in ECAV. And one of the things is when they started working on their list of people to bring in for the concert, they are under budgetary restrictions like everybody else at the Union, which means that initially Panic at the Disco was on their list. And they took Panic off because they realized they just didn't have enough money to pay for it. So one of the restrictions we have to look at is either club budgets would have to be cut or everybody's favorite, the activity fee would have to rise, since kind of we pay for the concerts and just essentially the union doesn't want to risk shelling out a lot of money and nobody buying tickets and netting a gigantic net loss on one of the concerts, which would cause a huge problem for the entire union financially. And since he wanted to say something, I yield my time to Tommy.
Okay, so this is actually how most university concerts happen. It's not free for the students. It's normally like a $10, $15 entry fee. It's subsidized, which is how students want to go, it's still cheap, and then like the big name person, whatever it is, can come in. I mean, it doesn't have to be a big name, but just someone we've actually heard of. But the problem with like getting concerts here that hasn't been said is that you get concerts by paying promoters. And promoters generally, like, they try and schedule tours. So tours, you gotta look at the cities around you. Albany's kinda out of the way. So having a concert come up here is normally a day they lose on a tour, which is money lost. So that's one of the reasons we have trouble paying someone to come here, because we'd have to pay for that difference in what the money they lose. Because if we didn't sell out, like here, they'd be literally losing money. There's much safer venues. So one of the things we would have to do would be either partner with another school, UAlbany or someone else, subsidize it so the students still pay, which is very standard. I know at Michigan, like they have like multiple concerts a semester, and it's all you pay like $15 to $20, the concert. And if students are gonna complain that we don't have concerts here, and we can get one here and they have to pay, then that's, they're asking for too much. I feel like, this is something you have to look at practically too, not just we want this to happen and let's make it happen. You gotta look at how it happens too. It's done.
Marcus.
So I have talked to people that have been working with UPAC concerts, and one of the things that happened this year was that they had a cancellation. And so they had to find an artist who was willing to perform on a very short notice. So that being said, they did have another artist lined up. If you want more information on that, you can talk to UPAC Concerts, get the full story. But part of it is that they have a very short time in which to offer the venue and then for artists to accept it. And if the artist chooses not to show up after that, then there is a very high chance that they won't have a concert, which is something that occurred last year.
Anthony Barbieri. Steven.
Pass.
Victoria.
I guess part of my question that I had was already answered, but does anybody know what is the budget for UPAC in terms of bringing in people? I can't ask that though, can I? Yield to Aaron.
Had a computer, I could give you exact numbers. It's a large budget, but the thing is that in order to get a big name concert, you have to, they have to already be in the area. They're not gonna come here just for us. Two, you have to not only buy a certain amount of tickets for RPI students, like say we will, as it was said, subsidize a certain amount of tickets. Those are guaranteed to be sold. And then on top of that, you have to say, we're gonna sell this many other tickets to people not an RPI at full price. So the biggest problem is you have to start far more in advance, and concerts has been starting as of late. So we're a very small committee. The biggest problem that we have is that students say, "Yay, I want concerts." No one wants to plan. So you need a committee of greater than 3 to 5 people to pull a concert like this. It's very difficult. So the biggest thing that you can do to help is to increase student involvement.
All right, thank you.
Tommy.
I already said my piece.
Jacob.
So yeah, just kind of off of Aaron's point. When I was talking to Cameron, because when I was doing a UC survey, people said they wanted bigger concerts too. The biggest thing she spoke to was that the union actually has to buy a ton of the tickets, kind of like what Aaron was talking about, and that usually causes them to operate at a loss. And concerts really don't make money for the students. And she was just giving me the quotes for how expensive it was to get an act that anyone would want, because there's the price that they have to pay, but then there's also additional layers of just costs on top of that to actually get the logistics to work out. And anybody remotely popular is just way out of our league. We just would never be able to do it in the way that people would actually want. And then for risk management purposes, the union has to buy all the tickets to control who gets entry into the venue. And they've had a lot of problems in the past with violence and all sorts of other things. There's all sorts of genre restrictions. The kind of concerts that people want are probably never going to be here for a long time. And I unfortunately have just had to accept that.
James.
Sort of moving towards a vote instead of cyclical debate. Obviously, it's a hotly debated issue, and it seems more like e-board knowledge since they have the money. I think we could recognize it, but e-board, UPAC have the money and equipment to do this, so I don't think that we can really help anyone. That's all I've got. Motion to recognize it if you want. Anyone opposed?
Are you making the motion?
Yeah. Is that allowed?
I mean, if you spell out the motion, yes, you can make the motion.
I was just motioning to recognize it. No? Alright, yield my time then. To Shaker.
Alright, so I can't make a motion on this. So right now, it seems like it's the opinion of the Senate is that we support the idea and that we would like the people who are most informed on the issue to be working on it. And I can't yield my time anymore. So.
Jess.
So, I'd like to make a motion. Is it? Okay, and. Okay, so I think this, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, sorry. So the whereas petition has reached 250 signatures, resolves to recognize this petition and refer this to UPAC concerts. Hence the refer.
Seconded? Can you second it? Yes.
Alright, so motion has been put forward and seconded. We have to open the queue.
Opening up a queue for discussion on Jessica's proposed motion to recognize the petition. Tommy.
I'd be willing to work with UPAC concerts or be a Senate person who helps them at all if I could. It's something I would like to help with.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Yes. Sure. Yes.
How would you like it to read?
A lot of ways. I yield the microphone to help. No, Jess.
Okay.
So as read, and then after that, and charges, Tommy, Senator Tommy to,
Senator.
I forget what I was gonna say. Yeah, I know. To, assist, or to, I don't know how this, I just had it and then I'll say it. And charges. I just had it, I'm sorry. To investigate further, or.
To work in conjunction
Yeah.
with UPAC City? Work in conjunction.
Yeah.
Conjunction.
So many people talking at me. Okay. Okay. So it's Whereas the petition has reached over 250 signatures, resolves to recognize petition referred as UPAC concerts and charges Senator Tommy Alpat to work or to investigate further with UPAC concerts.
Are there any objections to the amendment to the motion?
No.
All right, so the amendment is friendly then.
Paul.
Side note, if you remember Jesse Freitas, who was in here a while ago, if you want to get in contact with UPAC concerts, he's in UPAC concerts. So.
Publicity chair.
Sure, yeah, he's the publicity chair apparently. I'm done.
The queue is empty.
All right. Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote.
Mike heard it properly this time.
I was about to read it again for him. Does anyone need to hear it again? All right. All those in favor of the motion as it currently reads, raise them high. All those opposed? Motion passes 17-0. All right. Crazy.
Hey, Senate, before you start the next motion,
Excuse me, you're not on the
silence. I left my laptop bag in here and stepped out and came back and it's nowhere to be found. So could everyone stand up for like 2 seconds and see if there's a mysterious bag under your seat? What?
Yeah, I can't stand
Oh,
up.
it's a bag. It's a giant bag.
I'm gonna be on the lookout.
All right.
Okay.
Everyone back to order. Thank you, Kyle. All right. So, third petition we have is Bring Beer Back to GM Week. This petition, too, does not have a presenter, so it is open to the floor. We'll begin discussion now. Open a queue.
Gonna open a queue for discussion of the petition, Bring Beer Back to GM Week. Austin.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There's liability issues with potentially giving alcohol to people who are underage, as well as issues if there was a drunk driving accident. I just think this is kind of something we should. I mean, I understand people are concerned, but it's illegal to give alcohol to minors, and unless there's really a way we could enforce this that only people over age could have alcohol, I would not agree.
Paul.
So, one day Jacob, Gretchen, and I were kind of bored and ended up talking to Nick Dvorak about this. And it turns out just because Nick's the kind of human being who gets bored and does odd things, Nick has a somewhat detailed plan laid out, which actually makes a lot of sense to potentially bring back essentially beer trucks at different areas around campus, which would be able to be cordoned off depending on where the GM Week festivities or stuff would be able to set up. He's looked into different contracts and companies that have beer truck rentals around the state of New York, which already have liquor licenses, and how areas would be able to be cordoned off so people would be ID'd before going in there. They'd have to finish their drinks while they're there. So, it actually is somewhat more feasible than Jacob and I both initially thought, and I'd like to, motion.
Motion to just do something.
Motion to kind of have this made a project that I look into in conjunction with. Can I make Nick look into it with me, or just me?
You can
Yeah, I'll
refer
just.
it to you can refer it to an executive board committee and work with them.
I don't know which Nick can be here later today. I could just have it be a me thing that I work on with whoever.
You could also table it.
Just do it.
You can make whatever motion you want.
Motion to make it a project that I work on.
All right.
Second.
I also yield my time to Jacob.
Oh, no, you don't need to yield.
Too late.
I don't know anything to say.
Okay.
so.
Do we have text?
We don't have text now. We don't have text.
All right, Justin.
I was just writing the motion.
Can I just read it off like the proper language of a motion real quick? Motion, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate resolves to recognize the petition, bring beer back to the GM Week by charging charging Senator Paula Laurie with further investigation. And I'll write that out. I'm just in process already. That's right.
So moved by Paul, seconded by.
So moved by, so moved by me, seconded by, do you want to second it?
Whatever.
Sure, cool.
So moved by Justin, seconded by Paul. Alright. Now open a queue to discuss the motion on the table.
Tommy.
Personally, I love the idea. Like, I think that'd be really fun. But this is a terrible idea for the union because I kind of know from personal experience how easy it is for people to get a hold of fakes. So if you're checking by the RIN, you still have like people being able to hand off drinks to other people. It's pretty easy to disguise something in a bottle. I think this is a great way for the union to get sued, and I don't think the Senate should look into this at all because it can very easily get us in trouble, and this is not something that, yes, it's cool and it's fun and be like a real glamour thing to put the Senate looked into, but this is something like that can be just extremely terrible if this backfires. I mean, even going through, but it's like a waste of time because the legal liabilities from this are just too much. Give my time to no one.
Jen.
So I want to say the grad council holds events all the time that have alcohol, and I'm very well acquainted with the alcohol policies on campus because I've had to pull several alcohol permits myself, and we've had no issues. I just kind of want to briefly go over them. You have to have a set event for alcohol if you want to have it on campus. You have to have either a cordoned off area outside or hold it in like a room where you're watching the entrances. A great place to do this would be Mother's downstairs. We have a pub night. It's very easy. There's one door in, one same door out. We have people come in, they get a couple drinks on us. It's very simple. We work with the pub. You can also run the event in the pub because then they have a liquor license. They're tips trained. They ID people with standard state issued ID or passport and RPI ID, so they can see if you're a student and compare the IDs as well. They take the liability on all the time for graduate events as well, which includes like discounted drinks for pub night. The only issue they may have, which would probably come from Cameron, is that typically if you get, I think like one free drink might be okay, or even a discounted drink like they did this year, but they typically don't like to give out free alcohol just because there is issues with how the money goes in and the money goes out of the pub. So, I mean, there's definitely ways to bring the beer back to GM Week and make sure that legally it's not an issue because we do events like that all the time. Yield to Tommy.
I understand, like, all that stuff is, like, that's a good method and whatnot, but the only difference is this is the entire union. So the graduate students, I don't know your percentage of like people who are over age, but I'm gonna say it's probably high 90s. Like I'd be surprised if there's someone under 21 who's a graduate student. And when you introduce the opportunity for people to get underage drinking, and we have us checking, there is the opportunity for people to go to the radar and get through. And this is just, there's too much risk. I strongly disagree with having this go through. Thank you for dealing with me, Jen.
Steven.
Well, I mean, from that perspective, then any, like, I guess, place that serves alcohol in an urban setting or any, like, college campus setting, like O'Leary's, would have, like, a really high percentage of getting sued. So, I mean,
There's a
like,
reason they don't.
Guys, please keep it to the person on the queue.
So, you know, that being said, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of alcohol, but I really feel that this should be looked into. It was a tradition. A lot of people on campus are in favor of it, and I feel that it can be done in such a way that you minimize the risk and still offer this service, I guess. So, yeah, that's my opinion. I think we should pursue it.
Aaron.
My only point was going to be, I was going to say having it in the pub would be a great idea because your ID has to be able to scan. Yes, it's easy to get a fake. It is not as easy to get a fake that scans.
Alright. Guys.
But if they have an ID that scans and is a fake,
Yes,
Please
but
cut the back and
pub
forth.
does this all the time. So if you can get into the pub with an ID and get a free drink, that's fine. I would not agree to the outdoor drinking because, like he said, it's very easy to get in and out. But if you had a small event at the pub, one free drink, I think people would love it. It would be easy, and the liability would fall on the pub and on the schools folks. They have regular lessons and they are tips trained. People drinking there all the time at this point.
Justin.
Regardless of what we decide to do, it definitely sounds like there's a possibility, but basically we're charging this petition for Paul to look into it. We're not saying that we are agreeing to throw 6 million events with alcohol. We're having Paul look into the possibility of it. If he finds out that it's not possible, that's it, it's over. But if he finds out it's possible, and he talks with the general counsel of the
Tommy.
institute, and they're okay with it too, then he can continue pursuing it. It's not like we're actively trying to pursue underage drinking. We're not actually trying to establish any events. We're just having him look into it.
Kyle.
So it's easy enough, we can card everyone and that'll be fine, not too worried about the liability. It's just good to keep in mind that a good portion of the undergraduate population is under 21, and if we go ahead with this, is it worth spending the money to only benefit, not the majority of students on campus, but the only group that's over 21? Might be a good idea to keep that in mind as time goes on. Can we start looking into money?
It's also expensive.
Paul.
Because everybody keeps mentioning stuff that has to do with it, yes, I'm tips trained.
The queue is empty. Tommy.
I want to yield this to one of the graduate senators. Would it really not? I feel like it would be kind of expensive to have a large scale event like that for people who are like the flexibility. And I yield to Spencer.
We looked into this. If we did the pre-planning and purchase the alcohol through the union and supplied it to the pub, you can do it at about 70 to 80 cents a beer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's significantly cheaper than paying $5 pints or whatever. Yeah. So you buy it at wholesale price. Give it away.
The queue is empty.
I see no more.
Just as a point of information, when people were saying most like illegitimate IDs, I don't know this from experience, but most illegitimate IDs don't scan. They do. Like that's a very common thing. When people pay for these or get them, they almost always scan. So that that as a like security check is a terrible idea.
Aaron.
I meant it's not like O'Leary's where people just.
Oh, even
Literally
back and forth.
with underage children because they just show any ID they want. If you scan it, it's more you are breaking the law if you're caught because it's not more on the establishment as much as the person who's carrying around the fake.
Jen. Sorry.
Your friend.
Jen.
This is the same liability the pub deals with every day. There's nothing changing if we just throw a few more customers their way and give them business. They're responsible for it. If there's an issue, it's against their liquor license. It's not going to be against the Senate. It's going to be a pub issue. And they're trained to look for fakes, maybe not the caliber of fakes that you're used to, but they do scan them. So I'm just saying the liability will fall on them. It's not going to fall on us at all if we go through the pub.
Kelly.
If the Senate's really concerned about fake IDs, you can recommend to the pub that they check 2 forms of ID because your credit card isn't in that name, it's probably a fake ID.
The queue is empty.
They already checked you.
Alright, see no more discussion, we move to vote on the motion. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate resolves to recognize the petition Bring Beer Back to GM Week by charging Senator Paul Laurie with further investigation. So moved by Justin Etzing, seconded by Paul Laurie. So, now I move to vote. All those in favor of the petition or the motion as it reads. Please raise your hands high and keep them raised.
His hand is very high.
All those opposed? Motion Motion passes 14-4-1.
I'm really sorry.
You know, I'm working all the seven years, so I had to raise my hand.
All right. Next, we're going to be moving on to the motions that we have presented before us. The first motion we have is regarding the Senate Judicial Board separation.
For what do we need to discuss in more urgent then? What do we need to discuss in more urgent then? Did you read my email about tabling the board?
Senate, please stand at ease while we find the motion.
Putting it on the table. I really want to put it on the table.
Oh, that would just be
With the J board? Yes. My question is,
yeah.
people doesn't
Power
have
play.
have people last year, then we also looked at this too.
Doesn't stop here.
Yeah, we
I'm on Senate business.
we look at this every year, and
I'll close
no, no, like.
Whereas.
Yes. And the only reason that we voted that, I remember Tina being very upset that I wanted to be on the e-board too.
It's so.
All right, back to order. So the motion reads, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board serves as a check on the constitutionality of the Student Senate's actions, whereas an individual serving on both the Judicial Board and Student Senate can present a conflict of interest and an excess in power, resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board. So moved by Justin, seconded by Tim Krebs. Open a queue for discussion on the motion.
Justin.
Hi guys, so you're gonna hear a lot of it tonight, I'm really sorry. But just to explain the situation as it stands right now, a good friend of mine over there, Mr. Krentz, is one of our graduate senators. He is now, over the past term been serving as a member of the Judicial Board and has now been voted a senator. So currently he's on both of those bodies. It's a bit of a problem considering, as you've seen with the budget, for those of you who were on last year, that all of the actions that we do can be checked at any time by the Judicial Board. Yes, a Judicial Board member could recuse themselves if they so choose, but also when you're a member of a body and you're working closely with other members of the body, it's very easy to talk to the other members of the body and explain the situation. And I know Tim wouldn't ever do this. There could always be a situation in the future in which that could happen. So that is why we brought forth this motion. And if you look on the agenda, the next motion after this is a J-Board bylaws amendment to do, I believe,
Oh, no.
This is the J board one.
no, J-Board, a bylaws amendment of the J-Board.
Yes.
No, it's not yet. But that's
Not
not
yet,
for
it's
this.
not coming up after, it's not coming up today?
It's coming up after this.
No, I'm saying following, oh, okay. Well, alright, the J-Board, it was, I guess it was supposed to be today, but the J-Board is also working on a bylaws amendment to do the same thing. So, and I'm sure Anthony could attest to the fact that it is something that the J-Board wants as well. So that is that, I'm gonna yield any remaining time to Mr. Krentz.
Alright, so yeah, I guess this mostly just applies to me, so I've just got a couple things. One, that we think it's a good idea, and we were basically just planning on following the Senate once you guys approve it, since our approving changes to our bylaws seems to always go faster than when the Senate does it. Then the other thing being that, well, pretty much when I got elected, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get on the Senate and get myself kicked off, because I think it's stupid that I can be on both, so that is part of why this is happening. But being as it is, given that I'm here now, I'd like to amend this so that it applies at the next elections, so that I'm not disrupting either the two bodies by leaving and messing with or representation of the graduate student members. So I guess to amend it to apply come next election. Next general election, I'm sorry, just to be specific.
You want to say spring or fall though, because technically the freshman elections are a general election.
Oh, really? Okay, so. Okay, yeah, sure, GM Week 2016.
Point of information, wouldn't really the next thing that applies to this being disturbed be the J-Board selections, which are gonna take place at the end of this semester rather than the next Senate elections, since J board terms are January to December, and that's before the Senate election. Oh, that was just point of
That has to go to the question.
That was a question, yeah, I asked a question.
So with the way that reads, I think the most reasonable way to go about that would be to do it at the next selection of the judicial board. Because as a senator, you were elected by people, your peers, and so it would be more reasonable to keep that opinion on the student senate.
Sure.
Is there a second on his motion? By the way,
second.
All right.
What is the motion?
It would be adding to the end, I believe,
Effective at the next.
Well, is that what he said?
That's what we're changing it to, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going with that, the next appointments for J board.
All right, so the motion reads, resolves to amend the bylaws of the student senate to include the following in Article 2, no voting member of the student senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board effective at the next appointment of the judicial board. So moved by Justin, seconded by Tim. Is there any opposition to the amendment? All right, so
Clarification or information, whichever one it is. So that would allow you to keep your seat on both until the next election?
Yes, that's what I would do.
Thank you.
all right, so that's friendly.
Jenna,
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
James,
Screw it, yield to the chair or whoever I need to yield to. Oh, yield to Anthony?
Alright, so to clarify a few things, Justin, was talking about us possibly putting the same thing of not allowing senators to be in the judicial board. We're just discussing it, we just have to approve it through J board. One presented tonight does not actually include that. To Tim's point, the way that appointments now work for J board, it's only when there will be a vacancy or there is a vacancy, so there's not a selection committee anymore. So it'd basically be the next person who's appointed that would take effect. So, I'd like to see that amendment kind of pulled out. I just don't think that's what everybody intended that to mean. So I think adding any language like that just kind of confuses things.
Jen,
So I want to say I agree with this motion minus the amendment part. I think we should set a date, but I'm going to leave that up to other people to decide what date. And what else did I want to say? I just think it's really important that J board and Senate stay separate. We had a lot of people running for elections this year who were voting on election rules and certain things like that. I just think we should. One of the ways we can fix this is to separate J board, and I'm going to yield to Justin.
I'd like to amend this motion to change the can you just point of
effective at the next appointment of the judicial board.
until October 1st, 2015.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is resolves to amend the bylaws of the student senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the student senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board effective October 1st, 2015.
The reason being is because that's when the selection committee would have been. No? Are you serious? Am I that wrong? All right, I pulled it off the floor. I'm sorry. Just ignore me.
Tim,
Okay, so how about we just amend it, start a fall semester? So, like, it'll last through finals week for whatever we have to wrap up on J board, and then come next semester, we'll appoint new people. Does that make sense to everyone? So we'll amend it to be effective come fall 2015.
Effective at the start of the fall semester.
Fall 2015.
Fall semester 2015. So the motion currently reads, past the beginning part, resolves to amend the bylaws of the student senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the student senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board effective at the start of the fall 2015 semester. Is there any objection to the amendment?
Mike objects. Mike wants it until,
can I help with a queue and put Mike on that queue?
yeah.
All right, we'll be opening a queue on the amendment then.
Can I
Mike.
speak on behalf?
Yes.
Okay. Mike wants it until the next set of elections because right now the grad council is having a really hard time filling our vacancies. So we could use the third senator.
the J board, because they have to find new people anyway, because they won't be there to serve the next full term.
Okay.
So I'd still be on the
Okay.
side, I'd be leaving the J board.
But
So it's not gonna affect our membership at all.
The queue is empty. Assuming Mike is now happy. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. All those in favor of the amendment.
to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, all those in favor of the amendment is what we're voting on. So, the amendment reads resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board effective at the start of the fall 2015 semester. So moved by Justin, seconded by Tim. This is the amendment which read.
Just
Yeah.
that line.
Yeah, that's I read correct? Sorry. Ignoring what I said, I will move the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently reads? All those opposed? Amendment passes 17-01.
All right, Kyle.
What?
You were on the main queue.
Oh, I was gonna say what Anthony was gonna say about the Constitution. You're fine.
You good?
Yeah.
All right.
Anthony.
Anthony Barbieri. Michael Hahn.
I would like to motion to call the question.
I'll
Phone it in.
I'll rule that as legal. Yeah, it's in order.
Oh, okay.
We will now vote on calling the question. Calling the question means that all discussion ends and we immediately move to vote on the motion. All those in favor of calling the question right now, please raise your hand high.
call the question.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
It's unanimous.
Passing unanimously. All right. So the motion currently reads: the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board serves as a check on the constitutionality of the Student Senate's actions, whereas an individual serving on both the Judicial Board and the Student Senate could present a conflict of interest and an excess in power, resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2: no voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a position on the Rensselaer Union Judicial Board, effective at the start of the fall 2015 semester. So moved by Justin, seconded by Tim. All those in favor of the motion as it currently reads?
Mike.
I can't.
Okay.
All those opposed? Motion passes 16-02. All right. Senate stand at ease for 1 minute.
Not worth any of these. I was running in and out. I was not looking at backpacks.
My bladder is going to.
So. I mean, you can just go to APO and check if it's there.
Can you just rewind the tape and go back and watch?
Yeah.
You'll see, right?
How long
Crime Busters, let's do it.
Just a couple minutes before the meeting started.
Well, I mean, yeah, since the start of the meeting, so you had it.
I left with a couple minutes. Test whether or not the petition.
Are you kidding me?
You could check after.
Do you think there's any chance that like someone in our PITV took down the
How close I can get. I called.
Probably not.
All right, 1 minute is up. The next motion we'll be reading is a bylaws change to the judicial board. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate approves the following change to the judicial board bylaws. The judicial board motions to amend Article 4 of their bylaws to the following. Section 1, members of the judicial board shall be appointed by the process outlined in the Union Constitution. So moved by the judicial board.
To open a queue for discussion of the J Board proposed bylaws amendment, I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna yield to Anthony to request what is currently section 1 in the J Board bylaws, Article 4.
Yep, I was just about to mention this. So basically, what this whole section explained was how the selection committee works. So the selection committee no longer exists thanks to constitutional changes that just passed during the recent elections. We're just saying, hey, look at the Constitution for how selection works.
Steven.
So my question was exactly what you just said, and the answer was exactly what Anthony just gave, so I'm gonna pass.
The queue is open. Empty. It's open too.
Alright, see no more discussion. See no more discussion, we'll move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate approves the following changes to the judicial board bylaws. The judicial board motions to amend Article 4 of their bylaws to the following. Section 1, members of the judicial board shall be appointed by the process outlined in the Union Constitution. So moved by the judicial board. All those in favor? Yes. Motion passes 16-0-0.
But does that count?
He's not in the room. I've lowered the current count to 16. Sorry.
Alright.
Sorry.
Alright. Next motion we have. Alright. The next motion we have is regarding the separation of power between the E-Board, Executive Board, and the Student Senate. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate serves as a check on power of the Rensselaer Union Executive Board, whereas the Executive Board creates the Union Activity Fee recommendation, and the Student Senate approves the Union Activity Fee recommendation, whereas an individual serving on both the Executive Board and Student Senate could present a conflict of interest and excess of power, whereas the Senate Executive Board liaison is the only position intended to sit on both bodies, resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a voting position on the Rensselaer Union Executive Board with the exception of the Senate Executive Board liaison. So moved by Justin, seconded by Keegan.
Can it open a queue for discussion of the E-Board separation amendment? Justin.
Hi, me again. So, this time we're talking about E-Board in Senate.
Side conversation.
This one I'm expecting a little bit more discussion for, considering people may have differing opinions on it, and this is I think the E-Board is the reason why the previous attempt at separation of powers failed. So, just give an explanation. There's a lot of overlap between the actions of the Senate and the actions of the E-Board. I mean, the entire E-Board's appointment is confirmed by the Senate every year. With the exception of the UC rep, I believe. Yeah, I'm right. So pretty much between that, and I mean, one could argue that the PU should be, knocked upside the head, as a certain person said it, for appointing senators to the to the E-Board. But I didn't say that, I promise. But we should just have some kind of system in check to ensure that there is no voting member on both the Senate and the E-Board. So, with the exception of the liaison. So that's also another thing. So a senator could still be the liaison, but other than that, you shouldn't really have a vote on both bodies. You could be a committee chair though for the E-Board, and an E-Boarder could be the committee chair for the Senate. So that's also another thing to keep in mind. Last but not least, I had actually sent a second version of this motion to Marcus a couple days prior, and he didn't read the right one. So I don't know if I need to motion to change that.
I sent out the new version with the document, so that's just a misread by me.
Okay, so then there's no motion, so we're good. So I guess I yield my time to Marcus so he can reread the correct version. There were just one of the whereas clauses. I realized I said that they said that the E-Board creates the recommendation. When they actually don't, they create the budget. So it's kind of just made it a little more vague, so we don't have any inaccuracies in there. So yeah.
Stand at ease for 1 minute while we find the correct motion.
Justin, can you sent it, please.
Okay. Can I just pull it up on my laptop? Is that
Pass your laptop here.
I'll make sure I write that down in my motion.
Yep.
Yep.
I will vote it down, so if we can.
There it is. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got a spinning blue, green, red, yellow.
Alright, we'll just insert
Make sure it's
it.
yellow, green.
I said a minute, so it's kind of.
We sign up for classes, so we can sure they didn't have no. I would be down.
Okay.
Alright, so
I can't do it.
which means it's not the same person twice on this.
And it's like a 5-hour law.
Alright, back to order. So, the motion reads correctly, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate serves as a check on the power of the Rensselaer Union Executive Board, whereas an individual serving on both the Executive Board and the Student Senate could present a conflict of interest in excess of power, whereas the Rensselaer Union activity fee recommendation is approved by a vote of the Student Senate, whereas the Student Senate Executive Board Liaison is the only position intended to sit on both bodies, resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2. No voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a voting position on the Rensselaer Union Executive Board, with the exception of the Senate Executive Board Liaison. So moved by Justin, seconded by Keegan.
Okay, Bill.
I was going to ask how often this crossover happens. I mean, in recent memory, how many times has a E-board member been a senator? And I'm willing to yield my time to Paul.
Since I've been on Senate, it's pretty much just Shosh has been. I think Shosh has the only recent senator who's been been on E-board, and she was the liaison. However, this was more of trying to prevent something from happening where we go worst case scenario, somebody decides to make themselves holy emperor. They have the ability to be president of the union and nominate the entire Senate to the E-board, so it's more of preventing that from happening than something else that's happening triggering it.
Jen.
So I am in opposition to this because, again, I'm a grad student, and this isn't just, well, I don't know if this is just a grad student problem, but we have a really hard time getting people in student government, and especially with some of the issues regarding the activity fee and as well as an extra fee that was levied against us this year. We want more participation on eBoard, but unfortunately our class is not as involved. Not sure if this has been an issue with undergraduate classes, getting people involved on eBoard. I think you guys are overall more involved in clubs, so maybe it hasn't been an issue. But I guess that's the only reason I wouldn't vote for this. The other thing is too, I don't really see a reason why the liaison should be an exception to this, because we've had a close vote on the activity fee in UAR in the past, and I don't think like one person should be able to decide that if they can vote on both bodies. So.
Jenna.
I think sometimes you can see that the crossover, just because people are friends, between the three government branches, and I think that that's harmful if we need to do something against or to check another branch, and I think having people serving on eBoard and on Senate will make the crossover murkier, and then harder to check people who we would consider friends.
I'm next at you. To answer one of your points, Nick mentioned Jen to me earlier today. I believe he said he had 42 people applying to be on the eBoard for his 12 positions. I could have that number off by a little, but it's around 40 or so. I don't know what percentage of that was graduate or undergraduate. Okay, so it was 2 and 40 then maybe. I think that the bigger issue then is I don't think that closing being on both Senate and Executive Board is going to lower grad participation. I think we need the different issue would be to look into increasing grad participation. I don't think that separating the two bodies is going to affect how many grads serve in student government. And I'm going to yield my time back to Jen.
So I guess my point wasn't that separating would lower their participation. It's just that like currently, we only have 3 senators, and we have one e-board rep and another who is interested in, I guess we have 4 technically, yeah. So I just meant that sometimes we take on multiple roles, and yeah, so that's what I'm gonna say. Huh?
The queue is empty.
He hasn't been shown up.
Aaron.
I'm not really sure a special case should be made for the liaison, because if you look at it on one way, you have someone who is now a full-time executive board representative, a full-time senator, and in charge of doing the UAR. And so that combination of responsibilities, I almost think is too much to put on one person. Like Shoshana did it and she did it well, but it was a huge stress on her. So I believe that if you want someone fully dedicated to the project, what? I know what you're saying. Okay.
Keep going.
So I believe that if you're going to make a separation of powers, it should be across the board. It shouldn't be a special case made just for the liaison. I yield my time to Weston.
Thank you. I would like to motion to strike the statement, comma, with the exception of the Senate Executive Board liaison. So does that then read, no voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a voting position on the Rensselaer Union Executive Board?
Is there any objection to the amendment? Any objection? Right, so it's friendly.
Marcus.
Well, I was going to say that there's, just as a point of information, that the responsibilities of the senator who would potentially serve as the liaison is slightly reduced in that since they are chairing the UAR, they don't have to be a part of the other committees, but you know, that's just part of it. That being said, you guys have already changed the amendment, so it's cool.
Justin.
Pass.
Queue is empty. Tommy, yes.
I was gonna call the question, so I'll just pass.
The queue is empty. Spencer.
Has this ever been a problem? Is there a shadow group trying to take over the student government? And why haven't you recruited me? I can synchronize watches.
All right, I'm now going to call you off topic on that. If anyone would like to address his question, though, Anthony.
Not that it has happened, but without having the separation of power, you could have the entirety of the e-board be senators, which would be very weird to have a
Yeah, I figured that out. Thanks.
The queue is empty.
So, now although I will say, point of information, there have only been a slight history of.
State something.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's no such thing as a shadow group trying to take over student government, with the exception of potentially 2 organizations that have had a high number of people involved in student government in recent years. I'm not going to point out any names. Hi, Jacob. So, move to vote the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate, whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate serves as a check on the power of the Rensselaer Union Executive Board, whereas an individual serving on both the Executive Board and the Student Senate could present a conflict of interest in an excess of power, whereas the Rensselaer Union activity fee recommendation is approved by a vote of the Student Senate, whereas Senate Executive Board liaison is the only position intended to sit on both bodies, resolves to amend the bylaws of the Student Senate to include the following in Article 2, no voting member of the Student Senate shall simultaneously hold a voting position on the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. So moved by Justin, seconded by Keegan. All those in favor of the motion as it currently reads. All those opposed? Motion passes 13-4-1.
No, because like there's still the positions, but like what Shoshin was, she was a senator and she was a liaison. So you couldn't do that because you didn't.
Point of information, how many voting members or whatever do we have on the Senate right now?
22.
21. That math. 21. Count the people there. There's 21.
It was late. It was late. I
Then it
changed both
fails.
numbers at the same time.
This does not require, according
It's
to
a
our.
bylaws amendment.
Wait, what?
Did we fix that?
We did fix it.
Fix what? I'm confused as to what the current issue is.
Wait, did we fix it?
Did
So
we-
it's total
It does, our bylaws,
voting membership, not total present.
our
vote.
bylaws read all proposed amendments to the students and the bylaws must be proposed in their entirety and passed by a 2/3 vote of the Senate. That does not say total voting membership, and I'm fairly certain we fixed the
Yeah, we
Constitution.
fixed it in the Constitution.
It's a plain simple 2/3 vote.
Okay.
2/3 of the present quorum.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, no, we fixed that. That's good.
That was fixed in the Constitution. Just confused.
All right. So, first appointment is somewhere in here.
We know what it is, we just find the motion.
Ah, there it is. All right, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the appointment of Kelly Dearborn to the position of President of the Undergraduate Council effective immediately. So moved by the Undergraduate Council. Kelly, you will be treated as a presenter on this and be able to answer all questions directed towards you. Would you like to say something for us so that we can understand who you are and what you're interested in doing on the Undergraduate Council?
Should I go? Okay.
Go wherever RPI TV asks you to go so they can see you.
Okay, so my name's Kelly. I served as my foster president for 3 years. And so then I ran for UC president under the terms of our vacancy because it wasn't an elected position yet in the Constitution. Basically, the reason I wanted to run is because I was heavily involved in both the bylaws and the budgetary guidelines, which are two big changes that somewhat from the Constitution, somewhat from the administration. So I felt like I was really well positioned to take those proposed amendments and guidelines and move them into action within the UC. Also, my experience on council, I know how to work with councils. I think I am ready to take their input to make sure that all these kind of changes that are coming on to the councils will be implemented well while still really keeping the councils just as, I learned really about class council sovereignty. I want every council to be unique, but I also want us to run well, and so I think I'm well positioned to do both of those things. And I'm ready for field to questions.
And I'm going to open up the queue for discussion, just so a reminder, you can choose to respond to any of the senators or members in the room who wish to speak. You do not have to. If you want to speak generally, you should put yourself on the queue. Justin.
One quick question. What is your opinion of members of the Department of Student Life, or whatever Student Life's office is, making a final decision on actions taken by the class councils? Because that's been an issue with some of the class councils.
Yeah, so that's something I want to work on, and I really think the Constitution changes, as well as the new bylaws, as well as hopefully when these budgetary guidelines get approved by the Senate, will help give the UC a little bit more of an authority on councils. I really think the DOSO and the admin office should only be stepping in when something's clearly a risk. And not really judging whether or not it's a good idea. That's really the place of the UC is to judge fiscal responsibility and whether or not it's a good idea and it's promoting class unity. Whereas they should be stepping in when things are risky, so senior week things and stuff like that.
Jen.
Right now the grad council we put on a few events throughout the year and stuff, and we've been paying for co-terms, but we don't get any dues for them. Would you support working with the senior class president so that we can we're looking maybe for 50% of the dues from co-term students, because we get nothing and we're expected to pay for them. Otherwise, we'll have to start excluding them from events.
Yeah, so this actually came up during budgetary guidelines, and I don't think any of the undergrad councils had any idea that either one, co-term students could go to your event, or two, that you guys weren't getting any of their class fees. And so one thing that I want to work on, because this is also something that happens, I'm technically by credit the year above me, and so they've been getting my class dues at all of my years, even though I've been involved in my class council. And it works out better for undergrads, but not quite as well for graduates. And so I really want to work with the administration to get a better opt-in fee system, where you can basically a cohort system where you can choose your class cohort, kind of similar to how the election system worked, where mine popped up that I could have voted for 16 or 15, and so like I picked 15, so it should be moderately easy for that to work with like the registrar and the bursar. So I want to investigate that, and then also like help facilitate some kind of short-term agreement with the grad council and the senior class, where like the senior class can still pay for all their senior week events, but you guys can also cover the fees of these co-term students that are attending your events.
James.
These should be pretty easy questions. Have you attended a undergrad council meeting, and have you talked to Jacob Direction about the job?
Yeah, so Jacob and I met on Friday, and then I've gone to a few UC meetings in addition to like all the committees that I was involved on as well. I wasn't like our formal UC rep because that was before like it changed to president and VP, but whenever like one of our reps couldn't make it, I would attend in their seat and stuff like that. So I'm pretty familiar with the layout of the position.
Michael.
What are, in your opinion, what are like the positives and negatives of what we passed in the Constitution and the UC bylaws?
So with some of the UC things, I think a little bit of it is, it has the potential to really limit the flexibility of class councils to have their own kind of class council culture. And so what I really want to work on is like emphasizing for councils to have their own bylaws, for like their own kind of, policies that they want to put on that don't conflict with the UC bylaws. And I also like really push for some parts of the UC bylaws to be a little less restricted than they currently were worded. So just those little things. I think the way that the class council bylaws got written to reflect the Constitution changes, I was happy with, and I think they're workable. I think in general, like we're at a happy medium with. I think the UC did need a little bit more structure, and I think it's good now.
Jacob.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. The councils all got together and voted to make Kelly UC president. So I guess it's great that you guys are asking Kelly about what she wants to do, but the councils decided that Kelly is who they want. So I guess really the only scenario under which you guys would vote no is if you guys say, councils, you guys messed up, Kelly's not the person. So it would be like actively voting to say fuck off to the councils, essentially. So just letting you guys know.
Thanks for that.
So, I'm Dax, and Kelly, were you on like any of Jacob's task force thingies for yeah?
Yeah, so I was on the bylaws committee, which also ended up kind of covering the budget as well, because I was on the original e-board and class council, and like I don't think really Senate was involved with that original task force, which came up with the bylaws, which you guys will be passing eventually. We're going to be working on Wednesday. If I get to be UC president, we'll be working on Wednesday. So yeah, I was on those. So like I got to pretty much see the development of all those documents. I guess the only thing that I wasn't directly involved in was the Constitution.
Keegan.
Call question.
Second.
It's in order.
There's two people in the queue. Question was just called.
Alright, we're going to be voting on calling the question. It's 2/3 vote. All those in favor of calling the question, any discussion as addressed, please hands.
I thought you were voting yes. I was surprised.
Oh.
Now it's
Sorry.
unanimous. Alright, it's unanimous. Alright, so, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the appointment of Kelly Dearborn to the position of President of the Undergraduate Council effective immediately. So moved by the Undergraduate Council. All those in favor? Alright, motion passes 18-0-0.
Point of order. Mike says the new constitution says total membership, so.
I think we still had it.
That's still more than.
Hold on.
There's no question right now, and we're missing a grad. So.
No, but it's total voting membership. Total membership right now is 22.
21.
Yeah, they don't
21,
exist.
whatever.
Which is still 14.
That's like saying that we'd have to always count if there was a vacant grad, so we'd have to count.
It should be
them as a
21
vacancy.
1.
No, I'm saying
I
that
don't know.
without all that, it's 21, and there were 13 yay votes. So
And you need 14.
you need
What-
14.
Which vote are we talking about?
The
one-
executive board separation.
Yeah.
So technically,
Yeah.
if it's total voting membership.
Have trouble.
Yeah, it did not pass.
Someone from J.
Standings for 1 minute.
We've gone back 3 votes. Okay.
It was 13-4-1, I believe.
Yes. And where in the Constitution is he saying this?
Where it talks about the bylaws amendment.
Yeah, amending the bylaws.
Because that's what we did.
Did we
change that?
He's saying that this is what the new Constitution.
Clarified
It shall
In the
pass such
Senate
bylaws
section.
as necessary for its operations by 2/3 vote of its total voting membership.
So
A total
So
vote
it's
is
there.
21.
So you did clarify it.
So we
Clarified
Yeah,
it the wrong, not the way that I wanted.
Well, it should be that
Okay,
way.
so
That is the way it should be.
the vote.
Otherwise, you could have a
Alright.
2 out of 3 votes to
So,
change
yeah,
the
we
it just fails.
Yeah.
So it
That's all it
failed.
does.
It fails.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Senate,
this
please
is-
back in order. Vanities.
Hold on one sec.
It failed.
The Senate Executive Board separation of power failed.
Yes.
J-board passed. J-board failed. Nice to the shoulder.
Shoulders.
No, bosses are oscillating in the back.
Nothing to do with my constituents.
Yeah, civil life did not feel.
Or you could have something like
That's what's planned. The way it was planned was.
No, we're not talking about that.
Okay, okay, because I'm like losing out where this at. She needs a half keyboard.
All right. Back in order.
Keegan, do you need any explanation?
So I'm just clarifying that the Senate Executive Board separation of power failed. That motion failed,
Yes.
13-4-1.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll continue with the agenda. We move to executive board appointment, class of 2018, Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate. Approves the president of the union's appointment of Donna Grace Moletta to the position of executive board effective immediately.
Jess.
I motion to table this because they're still in their meeting and they would have issues with voting because technically this would be effective immediately and plus they are able to be here. So I motion to table this until after.
It's just a motion to table, period.
Motion to table.
See, that's what I was trying to
Yeah, I think she's right here. Yeah.
That's why I.
They should have met. All right, so there's been a motion to table discussion, to table approval of the appointments of the executive board. All those, it's just what, 2/3 or majority?
Table, laying the table is majority.
All right. We're currently voting on tabling the appointments to the executive board. All those in favor of tabling appointments to the
Point of
executive
order,
board?
can we do all of these in one vote, or do we have to go do it one by one?
You can choose to table the appointment of board members as a group.
She said
It
executive
is one unit
Okay.
on the agenda.
I'm
It is a-
just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So tabling the appointment of all executive board members. All those in favor?
It's just table.
All right. All those opposed? All right, tabling passes 16-1-1. All right,
Good job, guys.
so we'll move on to our next appointment, which is the Senate, technically that's appointing to the executive board, so we have to skip that.
You could just say
He's here,
following
so
their
is that-
meeting. Yeah.
But you're technically being appointed to the executive board.
Can you just say following their meeting?
We can amend this.
Can we just move?
We're moving on. Alright. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of
Edward Cow.
Edward Cow, position of treasurer, effective immediately.
What's up, Ed? It's crack-a-lackin'. Why aren't you like here?
Yeah, he becomes
Senate stand at ease for 3 minutes.
See, I want to sign more, but just.
All this stuff, and then we have a secret motion.
What? No. Yeah.
You're not supposed to be leaving this.
All the other stuff, this should be good
What was the question, Jen?
Well, what, I don't understand why.
The executive board is currently meeting and is voting on certain things.
No one called for orders. Well, someone was in the pub today.
Oh, thanks. Yes, we could have skipped it, but it would have been in order for someone to call. I'll be like we just tabled it.
So Katie was yeah, Katie's here. And then
Double the job,
As you guys finish, pass the back.
Why is it coming back for?
This one's finished.
Why is this not signed?
Everyone refused to sign
Everyone wants to sign it. Okay, that way everyone goes. Can I have that one?
we don't have any money.
Okay. What? Signature. Signature, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I meant when I said not like you guys sign it, I meant he signed it. So.
You gotta do like, take
Do you want me to sign it like signature?
Yeah, that's what you want.
That works. I signed another one too, I think.
Pass this. No one wants to second on this side of this?
Oh, I don't have to sign it. Okay.
Someone, anybody second these?
I'll send it back to you if it comes this way. Justin.
No one else comes forward about UC reps. They're gonna UC like
You know, you guys whoever has the motion for Edward, please send it.
We have treasurer one back.
What was the vote count for the third petition?
I don't want to sign it either.
Senate, please come back to order. Everyone, please return to your normal seats. So, the first appointment we have, the second appointment we have, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of Edward Chow to the position of treasurer. What? Effective immediately. I'm sorry if I keep messing up the name. That's my fault. So moved by James, seconded by Joe. You will be treated as a presenter on this. You will be allowed to speak for a while, explain why you were interested in the position, and then all questions will be forwarded to you.
Hi, my name is Edward. It's good to be back. Hi, everyone. When I was invited to be the treasurer of the Senate, I was very excited, but also nervous because I know very little about budgeting. But I think I'm a good learner. I can learn fast about how to run a project or a Senate. I'm capable of doing this job is because I'm responsible when I was in the Senate. And for people who knows me, I consider myself as a reliable person, which is one of the biggest value for a treasurer. So if there's any question for me, I would like to answer them.
Alright, we'll now open the queue.
Michael.
So I was curious as to what ideas you had for the budget for next year. So I was the treasurer 2 years ago, and he kind of changed the way the budget works. And then this year, Kyle changed it a little bit more, which I was not super happy about, but it worked out. And then, so what ideas do you have for the budget moving forward? We have a committee general fund. We have specific funds allocated to specific committees. Are you looking to change that? Are you gonna keep it the same? What are your ideas?
I would like to keep it the same because for now I'm just learning. So I'll learn how the budget was done. And before I put any new idea, I will study about it and I'll ask some treasurers who's been doing this before. But for now, I'm just a student here. I'm here to learn.
Sam.
So you were kind of getting at the point or the question I was going to make. Have you talked recently with any treasurers or past treasurers or anybody who's had budgeting experience recently before deciding that you want to be a treasurer?
For now, I just talked to my RSA treasurer, so that's the only one. But beside that, it's all happening real quick. I think I got an email 1 day or 2 days ago. So it doesn't take that much time for me to do this. But when I got appointed, I'll assure you that the first thing I'll do is talk to the past treasurers of the Senate. You said Michael Hahn 2 years ago, right? Yeah, so that's my first step.
The queue is empty. Tommy.
One question. Sorry, I keep doing that.
The queue is still empty. Motion to vote. No such thing. Queue's empty.
Alright, so. See no more discussion, we move to vote. The Renzi Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of Edward to the position of his treasurer effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Joe.
Because it's in the Constitution, it's 2/3 normal vote.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 13-1-4. Congratulations. Next one. Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal appointment of Chris Paradas to the position of Chair of the Web Technologies Group effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James.
An open a queue for discussion of the Grand Marshal's appointment of the Web Tech Committee Chair, Chris Paradas. Oh, sorry. Would you like to speak?
Yes. Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm a junior studying information technology and web science here at RPI. And I think the Web Technologies Group is a great opportunity to use technology to make life better around campus. And I'm taking over for Anthony as president of the Honor Society of the IT. I've delivered web applications in both classes and professionally at Cisco Systems. And so yeah, open for any questions.
Now I'm going to open a queue for discussion of the Web Tech Committee. Sorry about that. Jen.
Have you ever served on WebTech prior to this, and do you have a current list of WebTech projects within the past year or two?
Yeah, so I do not serve on web tech, but I have made quite a few web applications. Would you like me to go through the details on a few of them? Is that what you're asking?
The question was, do you know what WebTech's current projects are?
Oh, sorry, I misheard the question. I know that the current big project for WebTech was the Shuttles app, and recently has finished the Student Senate petition web application as well. So I think those were the big two projects, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Justin.
So I've heard that you claim that you'd like to pursue course credit for the Web Technologies Group members. How would you respond to the statement that says that this would allow the Institute to have a direct say in the actions of WebTech? They will have the ability to determine what is a passing grade and a failing grade, so therefore they could determine what is a successful project, a failing project, depending on what suits their interests. Furthermore, there is also the issue of making a problem of dual status of members that are getting credit, members that are not. You're therefore alienating members, and which is exact opposite to what we're trying to do with WebTech right now, because we're trying to bring membership. That's one. Two, the other statement that I'd like to hear what your thoughts on are, how does this work with giving one Senate committee priority by giving them the ability to get course credit when no other committee on campus is able to do so?
So I think that was more of just an idea. I was speaking with one of the professors here on campus, and it was more of, I don't remember exactly what I was telling Marcus, but it was more of getting like a project credit, like in the web science course, instead of web apps, the students could take on a project within web technologies. I didn't know that would cause logistical issues of any sort. If that's not allowed, then we don't need to do it. I just figured it was a way to boost participation in the program by having maybe a group of students take on a project for the Web Technologies Committee in the web science course here at RPI.
The queue is empty.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal appointment of Chris Paradas to the position of Chair of the Web Technologies Group effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James. All those in favor? Please raise them high. All those in favor, please raise your hands immediately. All those opposed? Please raise them high. Is that or
Can you have a second finger? That's
all right. Motion fails 8-4-6.
I'll announce it in my committee.
All right, so we are moving the Hospitality Services Advisory Committee announcement of subcommittee chair selection to committee reports.
Who could it be?
Next, Sunny Vinda. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of Emily Phillips to the position of Rules Elections Committee Chair effective immediately. Is she in the room?
Yep.
So moved by Justin, seconded by Jim.
Kyle sent out an email to the Senate.
How do we get him off the list? Separation of SGMs. Cutting the umbilical cord.
That's not Kyle.
Yeah, he just emailed us.
Oh, that is, wait, is check?
Yep.
It's fine.
Yeah. That's my.
Like, I didn't think
It's not GM.
How is his email web?
Yeah, I think, and then after a year.
I know.
The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the grand marshal appointment of Emily Phillips in position of rules election committee co-chair effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Jim.
Co-chair?
I guess that was we discussed that, remember? Right. So you have a chance to speak, and you will be treated as a presenter. Any questions will be forwarded to you, starting now.
Hi guys, my name is Annie Phillips. I'm a sophomore chemical engineer from Seattle, Washington. I'm very interested in going and joining the Rules and Election Committee and co-chairing it. I believe Rules and Elections is one of the most important parts of the Student Senate ability because it's going to help the student body find the people to represent them. And the fact of the matter is I want to help make the process more open and transparent to the student body. And I'm very excited to be working with Paul. Literally was the co-chair in doing so. I want to work on more helping students feel that the elections can be honest and valid. We've had a couple issues in the past couple of years which can make a lot of students hesitant towards the integrity of our student government, and I want to help make this less of an issue in the future.
Gonna open up a queue for discussion of the appointment of the Arnie co-chair. Paul?
So just for clarification for everybody else, Emily emailed me earlier, asked me some questions about R&D and running things, and we've been in communication with some stuff. And the reason it's co-chairs rather than the normal current chair is between graduations and people just noping all the nopes, there's a grand total of, I'd say 0 returning members of the committee who will be on the committee next year. And when I became chair of the committee partway through the semester, even with the old chair being on the committee and me having been the vice chair for the entire year, it was a difficult adjustment, let alone us dropping somebody. Essentially, would be staying on as co-chair to help Emily get familiar with running things, get familiar with how to run the electronic voting system, creating the different papers and documents that we need for stuff, and kind of in a background advisor role, where it would be her committee with me just making sure the train doesn't fall off the tracks, and then after freshman elections, I would just peace out because this is her show.
Gonna open up a queue. Oh, sorry. Do you have anything to say?
No, I agree with Paul. I'm very excited to be working with him, and I'm excited for this possibility.
Keegan?
What are your thoughts about having senators on the R&E committee, since in the past that has led to them having to recuse themselves, having the issue of not enough members, or the issue where they might not be partial during an election?
Part of the reason I want to be on R&E is the fact that I don't run for positions. I'm not a senator, and I rather do like being someone who's involved with the student government, but not part of that running for anything. I'm not part of class councils, and I do think it helps the student body sit there and see that you can be involved and be part of this without it, and it can still be honest and open, because there are people who are not involved in any way. I'm not against senators being on it, and the fact that there does have to be a Senate seat on there. And to be fair, it also does add a very good voice, because it helps us look and think about what is more practical and what is actually feasible in terms of the elections.
Michael?
Why didn't you serve on Rules and Elections last year, or how did you hear about Rules and Elections this year?
My freshman year, I was not very involved in student government at all. I was a little bit intimidated by it. This year, I've striven to become more involved. I was a JWARD alternate. I've had class. This is actually the first time I haven't had class on Tuesday, which normally we have meetings. So it's very exciting because I can actually do things. I was actually on the GM week hearing, and I was very interested and I was very rewarded through the process of being on the JBoard hearing for that. But we read through the GM handbook during our deliberations, and I honestly went home after the hearing and went and read through the entire handbook and started looking at all the past degrees, all the past sanctions, and I became very interested in what the processes were, the reasoning behind it, the thinking behind it. I started going through flagship and going through everything. So I know I'm joining student government a little bit late in the game compared to most people, but I do want to be involved.
Steven?
My question's been addressed.
Tommy?
I just wanted to know your ideas for more transparency, and just go from there.
I think a lot of part of it is just getting the body to realize that we are holding people accountable for what's going on. It's making sure that the processes are open, and that if information can be given that isn't going to compromise or hurt another candidate, we should be open and honest with what's going on. I think it would be part of a situation where I do need to talk to the rest of the committee, because at the end of the day, I can't make a decision for everyone. And it's something I would want to talk with possible senators and other things before I could say anything specifically, but I think it's a goal with trying.
Jen? Jen / Mike.
Okay, Mike says, what is your opinion on the poster issue this semester?
The poster issue probably stems from lack of respect for candidates and one another. Part of this would be R&E trying to make sure the candidates are fully aware of what they are allowed and not allowed to do, as well as trying to instill respect for the race, the position of which they are running, and what that represents. Because honestly, if you're running for a position, you need to understand what that is, the level of integrity that's required of that, and what the student body is expecting of you.
Anthony?
So yeah, I was gonna ask about your experience, but you did mention about J-Board and being on the hearing. So do you have any specific plans for changes? I know there was some discussion of like parties work, or do you have any specific ideas for next year?
I'm very interested in looking at the possibility of political parties, as you mentioned, because I do feel like there are some issues in how they are handled, as well as how the money within them is spent. And this would be something I would really like to work with the rest of the committee that is selected to work with and try to see if there's a better solution to make sure money is handled in a responsible way that all members are understanding what's going on with it, as well as how the party campaigns as a whole.
Tommy?
That was basically my question. I was gonna say, if you could change one thing from R&E that happened last year, or something you wanna change from R&E, what would it be?
I would say, it's the one thing in the
Jen / Mike.
Okay, Mike wants to know if you feel that the sanction already issued against Andrew was enough. And then he also has a question about the petition site. Do you have a plan to improve the efficiency of taking care of the incoming petitions?
Can I ask which sanction? Because there's more than one.
I think it. Yeah, okay. Which sections? I have to type it. There's more than one. Okay, he said both.
Okay, I personally did agree with the disqualifying anyone. The fact is, this was an issue that obviously, the issue we knew was wrong. It was something that come up when he was here, previously before, tearing down posters, as well as such a lack of integrity. I personally agree with the decision that was made. I was not there part of the discussion, however, so I do not have all the information that was available, and I was not there part of it, so saying anything more would rather be speculative. I'd rather not leak into that level. And I think there was a second part of your question.
Do you have a plan to improve the efficiency of the petition process for the future petitions?
I would like to take more time to look at petitions and try to get them into the Senate meetings faster if they are being recognized. But I don't know if there is a better way to speed them up as of yet. I would be very willing to look at that.
The queue is empty. Matt?
You mentioned that you're interested in transparency. How do you feel about opening up the e-voting system to scrutiny by the community?
Yeah, I'm gonna yield to Paul.
Okay, so currently, because the e-voting system was made by the union system administrators, it's currently, they've requested that the Institute Legal Department allow them to release the code, and it's currently stuck in that, which is the only reason it hasn't been released yet. Once again, I would like to reiterate the fact that this system is as transparent as the previous systems that we've used, and if anybody actually wants to look at things or talk to me about it, they can come talk to me, which still has never happened.
Aaron?
I was only going to ask why it's necessary to be a co-chair when you're mentoring, when you could simply mentor from a not chair role. I think that having equal power and being a mentor is not the same thing. So I was just wondering why the choice to co-chair co-chair versus just to be a member? Well, yeah.
Okay, so one of the things is RNE, unlike all the other Senate committees, has closed membership. We have the chair, normally the one chair and the 9 members who can vote. If I was taking up one of the positions of somebody who can vote, that essentially takes up one of the spots of Emily's team, who she needs to train and needs to get up to speed, as this will, despite me having been a sophomore chair of RNE who had never been on the committee, this committee is going to be the least experienced RNE probably in the past few years, just due to how few returners there will probably be due to a lot of people being upperclassmen and graduating and so on. She needs her time with her entire team together to gel and deal with stuff, because being stuck in Mothers for 5 hours together is no bueno. You guys need to be able to kind of have your dynamic, be able to trust each other, be able to work with each other, and deal with the fact that you're going to have a few hundred people at minimum always annoyed at you, and you just have to be able to trust that and continue out with you and work together. So I would rather not take up one of those spots and then leave than have them scramble mid-year, because also the process of filling a spot of somebody in RNE mid-semester is, let's say I vacated the Senate seat, the Senate has to technically wait 2 weeks to be able to fill that empty position, and if the Senate does not fill that empty position after 2 weeks, then the chair themselves has the ability to nominate somebody to fill that seat. So it just would complicate life a lot more than me being a co-chair who won't have voting privileges and just quitting.
The queue is empty.
Seeing no more questions, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of Emily Phillips to the position of Rules and Elections Committee Chair, co-chair, effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye, and immediately. Tell me you need an abacus, not gonna give me a chance. Changing the votes, there's
It's 17.
All those opposed? Motion passes 17-10. Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the appointment of Victoria Heisler to the position of Grand Marshal Week Committee Chair effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Joe.
Hi, I'm Victoria Heisler. I'm a rising senior. I've been on the committee for most of the past year working with Sean. It's a committee with about 8 people. We are losing one next year. So one of the first things I would like to do is expand the committee to get more people involved. My specific role on the committee over the past year has been a lot of budgeting. I worked on getting the inflatable contracts done to get all of those in and on time. I also worked with other members of the committee to get food in and budgeted and sold with the t-shirts, and a bit of motivating other committee members to get their jobs done.
And open up a queue for discussion. If, as you remember, you're going to be treated as presenter, you can choose to respond to anyone's points. Justin.
Hi, so this is just more for just the committee, it's not necessarily a question towards you. Just one thing just to bring up with this committee, with this situation. There were a couple people that were interested in applying for this committee that even interviewed with Marcus, and then were not given the opportunity to interview with the chair of the GM Week committee at all. To my knowledge, I didn't see any open calls for the GM Week committee chair position, and that is a little bit worrying. I'm sure you're very qualified, and I'm sure you'd make a great GM Week committee chair. It just is a little bit worrying on that sense, so maybe something to worth discussing.
Michael.
Okay, I think Paul can probably expand on this, which he's on the queue, so I'll let him talk about that. Back to your appointment. What do you think happened with the whole, like, obviously the mug situation this year was a little not expected with, like, how many people were upset. What do you think happened this past year planning that, and how can that be fixed this coming year?
Well, I think part of the problem stemmed from a switch of leadership halfway through the semester when the current chair left and we were left with a committee of 8 people from an initial committee of around, much larger, I think it was around 15 or 16, and trying to get everything done on time. Ultimately, the mugs were done a little bit later in the process than we would have liked, and we intended to get them printed on a mug with a handle, but at the time we were doing it, we did not have time to redesign the logo, which when we went to get it printed, we found it could not be printed on a mug with a handle. I also think students were very disappointed compared to the previous year where the mug was much larger than usual. The mug we gave out this year wasn't actually all that much smaller, but between the two, it looked like a more drastic difference.
Paul.
Okay, so to summarize things, since GM Week is technically an RNE subcommittee, it's not the current GM Week chair who's supposed to make the decision, it's now Emily and I. And if the Grand Marshal chooses to do so, they can go over our heads, which Marcus decided to do. And Marcus did direct all of the people, or Marcus did have an open call for applicants for the committee chair. And he did apparently direct all of the people applying to talk to Sean, who's the current chair, who's sitting over here. And one person talked. I don't know. I was kind of left out of the process in general, so I'll just yield my time to Sean so he can say what he knows.
So, in respect to the previous people who, or the people who applied for the open invitation, I guess that was sent out. In past years, first of all, I know back to at least the person who started as committee chair this year and the person before that, they were both recommended by the previous committee chair. And more importantly, there was someone who was from the committee and had kind of an administrative look into everything that went on in the committee. And this is something that Victoria fit the bill for very well. There's something else you said. And then I only got one email from a single person, and I was under the impression that we would continue on the track that we had been on before. So that's basically what I told that singular person that I got an email from.
Justin.
I just wanted to say it's nothing against you at all. It was just the only reason I brought that up is because a constituent of mine, 2018, asked me to say that, and as that person's senator, I thought it would be the right thing to do. Clearly, I was wrong about the open call, and I apologize. I just thought I'd just bring that up for the sake of potentially important discussion. On that note, I have no further issues with this.
Jen. Or Mike.
This is Mike. Mike would like to echo Justin's opinion and thinks that more people should have been considered for the chair positions before the final decisions.
Paul.
Marcus sent out the open call for chair of the committee with the chairs of the rest of the Senate committees. I'm not sure exactly what everybody wants him to do other than running around the union with a lasso and hog-tying people to a room to get them to apply for the position.
Jen / Mike.
This is me, and there were open calls, and I myself know how hard it is to get people to participate in student government. Was on the grad council and committee chair, so it's tricky to get people to get involved, especially in leadership positions. So.
The queue is empty.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the appointment of Victoria Hisler, sorry if I'm botching that, to the appointment of Grand Marshal Week Committee Chair effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Joe. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 15-02.
No. What do you mean? Okay, what's next?
Am I responsible to write? So motion to recess for 10 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Does anyone second the motion to recess for 10 minutes?
Point of information, did Kyle find his bag?
All those in favor? Stop clogging. All those in favor of recessing for 10 minutes? Raise your hand, high, clear, and immediately.
I'm voting.
I'm starting over here.
Things move slower. We're old. Yeah, these old bones.
All those opposed?
Let me do your.
Three, number that.
Passes 10-5. We will begin again in 10 minutes.
Should I show this on
Studio finals tomorrow and I'm not done and this meeting is gonna go until like 12.
I've got someone
At the rate that it's going,
I've got to go to Six Flags.
oh
My best friend.
no.
We never have like shots fired.
They might not be ready. Which means we start with the bookstore discussion.
No, I think it's so.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
it's not-
Why?
Yeah.
So,
Why not just say? Why did you say?
because you're from ISD, so.
They thought they could get away with it.
I'm like, what are
They
you
thought they
talking
could get
about?
away with it. Entrapment. Captain Zeta Jones dancing in the laser beams.
I'm just leaving in 20 minutes,
That's the
so
process.
I don't understand whether I should stay.
The meeting will end.
Yeah, like I.
I guess I'll see. Where's Marcus?
Oh my god. You should have done it anyway. That was so funny. Just tell Mike to stop. People like when they're someone's stealing. I mean,
Their whole.
If I said debate,
You're gonna be down to 3.
Yeah, it's like,
Like, he's actually like video chatting it and not like.
Yeah, I'd like to bring that up next meeting if it happens again.
I think it's weird.
You have.
If Mike is there,
You're fine.
no.
7 minutes.
Alright, worst case, he was the very beginning, like, so we can.
Kyle. So how does that work?
Well, so here's the thing.
Unless you did that one.
So are you like saying if you're friends with this or
So I may just be debugging.
There's not a closure agreement that cannot be lifted until the contract's been signed.
Regardless, the whole reason.
Is that true?
The whole, but regardless, the whole reason that kind of protection exists in the Constitution is so it's like a
No, this was different. This was, we also never really signed a motion.
That's the point, that's the problem. You cannot signing a motion to get around having to go public. Listen, the issue is the Constitution. Doesn't matter, that's like arguing, without specific control, I could never, I don't know, execute whatever you want to say, that's like, it doesn't, now, the big, so that's one thing, the other thing.
So just, I'll
Jess, it's been great working with you this semester, and I believe this is our last meeting.
For this semester, yes.
This semester.
we're talking about more, because I missed
Make sure Legs Day does this, alright?
I know, right? Talk about your
I am a large company, not a typical thing, but I can tell that this is doing anything with you unless we at least say we're doing something with you.
What is this, your third meeting, second?
Yeah, which is why I will be part, no matter what happens.
Wait for both meetings are like less than 2 hours.
Like
And just that, there's the sort of minor screw-ups.
Meetings are like just vote no, every time. Just say like, wait for meetings are less than 30 hours. So it's right here.
That's the only part on that thing.
So executive board and boards with Arnie and
Yeah, jump.
Joshua, everyone please return to your seats. We'll be beginning in 30 seconds. 22 and counting.
The meeting's over that. I guess I'll just thank you in from the other one.
James definitely did.
Normally they don't overlap, but they're all gonna stagger in. Right. I'll just have
Who's back there from the table? Okay. And who else left?
All right, we will be returning to order. 10 minutes has passed, and now we will be.
Okay, so I request to take the executive board appointments off the table.
All right. All those in favor of taking the executive board appointments off the table? This would allow us to go into voting for the appointments. This is forward. So, all those in favor of taking the executive board appointments off the table?
From the table. Really.
From the table. What a wording. All those opposed? All right, passes 12-04. We will begin with, these are in order, right? Okay, so passes 14-02. Wait, no. 12-02. 12-02. I'm not looking at the numbers in front of me. All right. We're checking quorum right now. All right.
You know how we tabled them?
Yeah, okay.
All right. The Rensselaer Union, 46 students say, confirms the president of the union's appointment of Donna Grace Maletta to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James. You will be able to present, talk about yourself, and you will be treated as the presenter in this situation.
Where are we meet you?
Hi, my name is Donna Grace Maletta. I'm a freshman, soon to be sophomore, environmental engineering major. I really like student government, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Gonna open a queue for discussion of the president of the union's appointment of Donna to the executive board. Justin.
What e-board committees did you serve on in this past year? And if given the opportunity, what clubs would you like to represent? Just like an idea.
I was appointed to the website committee, but I didn't ever attend committee meetings because they never, as far as I know, they never met. And I served as the rep for the multicultural clubs, and I wish to continue that because they're cool.
Jen.
Okay,
Or is this Mike?
it's me.
Okay.
Okay, so, have you been involved personally with any clubs, like as a member or an officer at RPI? One of the big questions, which I'm gonna ask all of you guys, what's your opinion of the current activity fee split between undergrad and graduate, how it's calculated and whatnot?
To answer your first question, does a sorority count? Okay, so I'm in Alpha Omega Epsilon. I was the philanthropy chair this semester, and this upcoming semester I'll be the social chair. I am I'm content with the way that the fee is split.
The queue is empty.
Dramatic effect. Come on.
It's getting really
Alright. So, seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Donna Grace Millett to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James. All those in favor, please raise your hands high and immediately.
Yeah, Mike's voting yes.
All those opposed? Passes 12-3-1. Congratulations. Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Conrad Mosley, I don't know how to say the last name, to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Joe. Mossel, seconded by James. Alright. You are the presenter. You'll be treated as the answer for all the questions. Please give him your full attention.
Hello, my name is Connor Vogel, an ITWS student, sophomore, graduating in class of 2017. This is a new experience for me being on the or potentially being on the e-board. It's something I've always wanted to get more participated in student government. This past semester and the semester before that, I covered the Senate meetings for the Polytechnic and found a lot of interest with the dynamic of such a type of government. So I thought I'd participate, and luckily I was found worthy by work. So if you have any questions, qualms, queries, quandaries, please let me know.
But now we'll thank you for discussion.
Jen.
What is your current opinion of the activity fee split between undergrad and graduate?
So that problem was brought up very few times in various portions when I was covering Senate meetings before. I know that particularly for the graduate students, it's something that is quite frankly an issue. It's something that I'm still not entirely clear about. I know there's mixed feelings on yes it's good, yes it's bad. I know some graduate students don't actually care at all. So I'd love to get more input from yourselves actually about it, to figure out what steps can be made in order to alleviate that, especially since the board does work directly with the finances of the activity fee, how that would affect it. As it is now, currently I'm not a graduate student. I'm not particularly affected by this particular part of student life, yet that's why we have you here and that's why we have the graduate e-board members as well.
Paul.
So, I just have a question about, since you work in Holly's office, your opinion on how certain things happening with the Union Administration Office taking over certain tasks which are typically covered by the e-board's MAPS committee or certain other things and different, just the shift of potential, whether you think that could be a potential conflict of interest or just whether that's how you feel about that and the role of the admin office in both working with student government in general.
Did you say this was in regards to the Poly?
Or no, Holly.
Oh, Holly, different, okay. So as is now, I work on the Rensselaer Union website, which was a very large endeavor. It was started by Jordan Simmons, but he's graduating this year, so I'll be the person taking over for that. As is now, most of the work I do is fixing some slight tweaks, some styling that happens within the site, as well as working with new groups, groups that have fallen behind, and they want their site updated, and there's natural flaws that happen within that. As is now, that is a paid job through the admin office, and personally I've found very little problem working with Holly and working with the administration for this task, yet I have brought up the potential issue of getting paid for something that might overlap with my executive board duties. At the same time, when I brought it up to her, and to Nick and to Jordan, they said that that should be a smaller issue than what I was worrying about, particularly since, sorry to call you out, Colton.
Alright, there we go.
He was a similar-ish situation, being a sysadmin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And a similar sort of place, and it was dealt with fairly well. Yeah, if, once again, any, if you have qualms with that sort of area, or that might be a new that aspect. But yeah, I believe that it shouldn't get too much overlap. The administration office has been fine with handling advice, but been very good at keeping the bounds at least with myself.
Michael.
I have, let's see. So you said you covered for the poly for the Senate, so why e-board instead of Senate? And then another question is like, what are you involved with besides the admin, like the website stuff and et cetera?
So within the Senate, you see a certain sort of dynamic that happens, and balance productivity and exactly what yields from that, and that's great. But you learn a lot from that, and you learn how things go from the inside. Personally, while I have my time at college, I want to learn as many things as I can in as many different areas. And the e-board was something that I had not been able to get into, and honestly something I didn't know much about. I feel like the publicity of that actually in itself was an issue, and myself knowing as much of school as I do, and having the ability to, through the website, through natural connections, through my skills as a person as an ITWS student, can further their endeavor for publicity and a, what was the word, transparency that was so talked about in the campaign. As for other groups and clubs, I'm a Sigma Chi brother. This past summer I did student orientation advisor. This next summer I'll be coordinating that. I was the chair of Winter Carnival for this past year, and I'm going to mentor it for this next year. There's two co-chairs who both took that. Did student life pathways for a bit. On walks at the beach, not much else.
Anthony.
So just kind of going off what Paul was mentioning, with you working Raleigh, just kind of the group dynamic with the admin office. I'm just curious of your opinions. Would you be open to building a stronger relationship between those groups and the e-board, so the e-board has kind of like a stronger voice for those groups?
It's a very good point to bring up, because as much as my opinions do matter, as much as I speak for myself, I am in the e-board, the class of 2017 rep, and I have to carry the weight of my constituents and of their opinion. So within that, I believe that the administration is a great resource to use. It's very good to draw experience from, something I have not accumulated in my 19 years of life. Yet at the same time, line must be drawn to realize, perhaps unintentionally, are they pushing for something that would be good for them or something that would be good for the students? That's something that I haven't really come up with much in my life. I haven't had that problem with my experiences here, yet some of the people in my class have. So I must remember to keep that in mind, and at the same time as gaining experience from them, I have to make sure that it's my own experience.
The queue is empty.
See no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union, 46 students say, confirms the president of the union's appointment of Conrad to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James. All those in favor, please raise your hands high and within the next 5 seconds. I'm giving you some leeway here. It's unanimous. Awesome. That's a 16-0-0.
You guys all right over there?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we're getting prepared for the issues.
President Union 46 students say, confirms the president union's appointment of Emily Farrell to the executive board. So moved by Joe, seconded by James.
Emily was not able to attend. She had prior commitments. If you have any questions on her behalf, I'd be happy to address them. Erin has given her an excellent recommendation. I know Conrad has spoken well of her with Winter Carnival. I've worked with her closely on the P board as well as the UPAC, and she has always been a member that gets what she needs to get done. She gets what needs to be done in a timely manner, is responsive, and always keeps her club's interest in mind. Any questions?
Can open up the queue for discussion of the Pew's appointment of Emily. The queue is empty. Jen.
Do
you happen to know where their opinions of undergrad grad fee split?
I apologize, I do not know her exact position on that. I know you and I have spoken a bit at length about this, and it's something that we'll be looking at.
The queue is empty.
Can I get you guys empty queue music?
No, because it only lasts about 5 seconds. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president union's appointment of Emily Farrell to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Joe, seconded by James. All those in favor, hands high immediately.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
3, 4, 5.
All those opposed.
Mike's opposed.
Motion passes 13-1-2.
Grad.
Alright. I apologize in advance because I am bad at pronunciations. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president union's appointment of Saurabh Dargar to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Jessica, seconded by James.
Good evening, guys. My name is Saurabh, and I'm here in front of you as a potential member of the E-Board representing the graduate students. I'm a PhD in the biomedical program. Did my undergraduate here. I live and bleed RPI. That's why I stayed. As part of ISA in undergrad, I was vice president and president. Co-founded RPA Bhangra. I'm sure you guys must have seen them perform, heard of them. Passionate about dance, and I'm here today because I want to get that involved back into student government and see what I can do or what we can do together to bring undergraduates and graduates together. There's some great questions about activity fees. We all have opinions, and I think we can do something about this to address this further. And I'm here to take your questions.
Open a queue for discussion of, can I have your pronunciation again, please?
Sora.
Sora, thank you. Jen?
Do you have a personal opinion on your graduate fee split?
Yes, I had good time to rehearse that answer. People do have concerns. I've heard from multiple graduate students saying that they're paying this activity fee and they feel like they're getting what they're paying for. I was an undergrad here. I paid the activity fee. I happily paid it because I know what I was getting for it. I think there are two ways to approach this, is to try to understand why the graduates feel this way, whether they're not equally involved. I understand we live in the lab more than we do outside, but I think there more can be done to bring that club life to the students. Number two, we can also explore on the financial side to see what we can do there. Is that split fair or not? That's something that the numbers will tell. But my view says that we need to explore this further, and people are talking about it, so there has to be something there.
The queue is empty.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to the vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president of the union's appointment of Saurabh Dargar to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Jessica, seconded by James. All those in favor, hands high within the next 4 seconds. All those opposed? Motion passes 13-0-3. Congratulations. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president of the union's appointment of Charles Bittner to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Jessica. You will be the presenter. Yes, there you go. You'll be the presenter, allowed to speak, and then answer questions. You've seen this a few times. You got it down and now. Go.
My name is Charles Pitcher, but I go by my middle name, which is Kurt. I've been on the executive board for the past 2 years, as well as I've been in the RPI Flying Club throughout different officer positions. I've been on the RPI curling team, cycling club, lots of other clubs. As far as my position on the grad issue, I think that it is an issue that we should look at next year. Any other questions?
All right, can open up discussion. Paul?
So just to get into it, how would you comment to some students' concerns about the fact that you were with Andrew Sedano when he was on taking down posters? It's something a lot of our constituents will feel a type of way about, so yeah.
I understand the concern. I mean, I was out there that night just as to help out my fellow executive board members, not just Andrew Sedano, but other people. I can only say I'm sorry for not intervening. I don't feel that this really reflects on my ability to be a part of the executive board or give back to the student body.
The queue is empty.
The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Kirk Bittner to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Jessica. All those in favor, hands high and within the next 3 seconds. That was late. All those opposed. Motion passes 11-3-1. Congratulations. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of, this is the same thing. Wait.
Nope,
Charles
this is it.
Kitchener to the Executive Board effective immediately. That's not even fair.
Gotta keep you on your toes, Marcus. Come on.
So moved by James, seconded by Jessica.
Well,
you know the drill by now.
Hi, I'm Charles Birchner. I go by Chip. But for the past year and a half, I've been the equipment chair of Pet Sound, which entails sort of fixing things, but also acting as treasurer of the club. I work a lot with the admin staff in the office of the union, so I'm pretty familiar with them. And also, I'm really interested in being on the board to help out different clubs. I had a hard time with my board rep this past year, so I kind of want to make sure that nobody has that experience. But I am a sophomore, aeronautical mechanical engineering, and I guess I'll answer any questions you guys have.
Now open up a Jen.
Do you have a personal opinion of the undergrad-grad activity fee split?
I guess personally, since it doesn't affect me in any way, I don't think I have an opinion for myself. But I think that since it's an issue for students, it's definitely something that needs to be looked at. Take those concerns, see what we can do about it.
The queue is empty.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Chip Kitchener to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Jessica. All of those in favor, raise your hands high and in a timely fashion. Oh, unanimous. Awesome. 16-0-0. Congratulations. You can't really tell it, so you get all the way around.
I know. And the tech comes up.
Alright, Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Nicholas Slots to the Executive Board effectively immediately. So moved by Austin, seconded by Joey V.
I did not sign up that
Hello everyone, my name is Nick Schlass, currently a junior studying business management. Since I've been here, I've been varsity athlete and applied to Greek life. The whole student government executive board thing is brand new to me. The opportunity was presented, and I thought, it was never too late to get involved, so I wanted to take full advantage of it.
Gonna open up a queue. Jen.
Hey.
Not even gonna wait anymore.
Yeah, so do you have a personal opinion of the current activity fee split between undergrads and grads?
Well, as an undergraduate, I can't really see the perspective that the graduates see it, so I figured as a potential member of the E-Board, it is our job to explore their feelings on it, how they feel about it, and, do all we can to fix something about that, try to, make sure they get more bang for the buck on where they stand with the activity fee.
The queue is empty.
See no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Nicholas Slots to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Austin, seconded by Joseph Venusto. All those in favor, raise your hands whenever it works out for you.
It's a no.
Okay, can you do like a thumbs down with your left hand thing? 'Cause, like, okay.
I understand.
All those opposed? Motion passes 15-1-0. Congratulations. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms President of the Union's appointment of Jeremy Feldman to the Executive Board immediately. So moved by Austin, seconded by Joe.
Sif Venusto.
Hi guys, I'm Jeremy Feldman. I'm a junior aeronautical engineering major, and I have lived and breathed clubs essentially for the last 3 years. I founded the RPI Debate Club, which has gone on to compete in intercollegiate tournaments. We've just recently adopted a new Model United Nations tournament, a group that we're going to be taking to other outside schools to sort of spread that Rensselaer can do more than just math. We can actually speak good too. I've also been had the great fortune to be president of the RPI Players for the past season. We've done a number of great things, including expanding our season to include 2 new shows. And work with other clubs to bring them inside the Playhouse. I am also part of the Navy ROTC program where I served as financial officer for last year, where I implemented a credit card payment system and oversaw a revenue increase of over 50%. To preempt the graduate, undergraduate question, I think that decision is made based on the best data that the UAR committee had available to them, but I don't think that necessarily is the best data that we could have. And I'm definitely a proponent of getting more data on what the graduate students actually use as far as their share of union resources, so that we can make sure that the graduate fee is actually representative of what the data shows the graduates use, so we can have proportional amounts going to graduates and undergraduates. I believe that about sums up my experience. I've also actually had the chance to serve on the policies committee for the last semester, working with new clubs, which is something I extremely love, and I look forward to working with more new clubs to make sure that we have as many people represented and many people taking advantage of the resources of the union as possible. Take your questions.
Open up a queue. Justin.
Just a point, I can vouch for him. He was, so I had a very interesting love-hate relationship with him this semester because as the founder of the Rensselaer Pokemon organization, it is a real thing. We had spent almost the entire semester trying to get before the policies committee because we'd already made our constitution and whatnot, and if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have met in time for the end of the semester. So the fact that he was able to pull the policies together and get that taken care of was really impressive. And not saying that the old policies chair was bad or anything, but he really got it. He really got his stuff done, and I think he made a great board.
The queue is empty. Marcus.
As someone who started a club and it took a while to get through, awesome job. That's all I gotta say.
Jacob.
I had a really good experience with Jacob. He's a pretty cool guy. I just want to keep repeating this because it's funny. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Jacob.
The queue is empty.
No, it's not.
Paul.
So since it's Jeremy Testimonial Power Hour,
I'm gonna be kept on.
Technically no.
Okay. Oh no, that was it. That was off topic. The queue is empty.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Jeremy Feldman to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Austin, seconded by Joseph Venusto. All those in favor? Unanimous, 15-0-0. Congratulations. Next one. Rensselaer, Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Gregory Bartel to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by John.
Thank you.
Feels good. So as you might guess, my name is Greg Bartel. I want to be on the e-board, and I think I should be on the e-board too. I like to think I'm a pretty cool guy. I've been WRPI as business manager for the last 2 years. I've kind of seen how things work coming from the outside of the union. I've got some ideas for change and how to make sure that e-board reps stay in contact with their clubs and all the good stuff you want to see. And that's basically it. You guys have heard my wonder spiel already. So.
Can I open up a queue for discussion of the appointment of Greg? Yes, Jen.
What's your opinion on the activity fee split between undergrads and graduates?
Well, that's one, obviously I'm not an undergrad, but I talked to a lot of grad students when I was a little
You are an undergrad, you are not a grad.
That's what I said, right?
No.
I'm not a graduate student. I have talked to graduate students. I have graduate student friends, I promise. And the number one thing they always bring up is they want to pay lower fees. And as the purpose of the union is to support the needs of its students. If they want lower fees, I think we have to give it to them. The data will say exactly how much, but I think it's clear that it's too high for graduate students.
Jacob.
So Greg's candidate expense forms are the most beautiful candidate expense forms I've ever seen in my
No
entire
more
life.
dated expense forms. Stop it.
So
Keep going.
I have full confidence in his abilities to
Stop talking.
execute his duties as an executive
It's financial.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Kyle.
I just wanted to say that during campaign season, I got to know you a lot better as I was a consultant for all the candidates, and you showed a lot of integrity and genuine passion. So I think you bring a great voice to the board. I look forward to seeing what you get to do this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, really deserve it.
The queue is empty.
Don't think I'm camera.
Sorry. Anyway, so Renzo Union 46% confirms the President Union's appointment of Gregory Bartel to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Dustin, seconded by Jenna. All those in favor, raise your hand. Is
Mike
he's-
back yet?
No.
Okay.
Mike's out. All right, he's out. Raise your hand immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All those opposed? Passes 11-0-4. Congratulations. Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the President Union's appointment of Alexander Benzel to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Jessica.
Hi, my name's Alex. I'm currently the junior cohort here at RPI. Next year I'm going to be spending my year doing the co-terminal program in chemistry. I've previously served as the president of RPI Ambulance. I have extensive experience in clubs, management, and finance. During my winter break, I worked with my township officials in Warren, New Jersey to help remake the town budget, which is something they do every year, and also affect the change of township officials as that is when it occurs. At the beginning of the annual year, we oversee a $20 million budget. We've operated on a $1 million surplus every year, and we have maintained a AAA credit rating as designated by Standard & Poor's for the past 5 years. I have learned really effective budgeting processes. Jen, to answer your question preemptively, I do feel that the graduate and undergraduate activity fee inequality is definitely something that should be investigated by a separate committee individually, so that it can be justified accordingly, and of course so that the activity fees can be scaled, as it is true that graduate students do have a statistically smaller presence among clubs from what I have noticed. So I feel that I would make a very good candidate for the executive board because I have experience in budgeting, which is one of the largest things that the executive board does, as well as experience serving as a club president. Also, I have served this year as the RA for the 4th floor of Flitman, and next year I will be serving as the resident director for Rapsay Apartments.
Gonna open up a queue. Shoshana.
What committees are you interested in?
I'm interested in the Business Operations Committee and the Policies Committee.
Spencer.
You said you were a co-term, right?
Correct.
As a co-term, do you believe that the senior class should allocate or give a certain portion of your fee as a co-terminal to graduate students to pay for activities you are allowed to attend as a co-term, hosted by the graduate council?
Spencer, this is off topic as it's class council scope, not e-board, based in the Constitution amendments. Sorry. The queue is empty.
Alright, see no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Alexander Benzel to the Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by James, seconded by Jessica. All of those in favor, please raise your hand in now.
Mike's still offline?
Yes, I think he's done.
12, 13, 14. All those opposed? Motion passes 14-1-0. Congratulations. Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the President of the Union's appointment of Harrison Kang to Executive Board effective immediately. So moved by Joseph Venusto, seconded by James Whalen.
Harrison also couldn't make it tonight. He is a rising junior, chemical engineer. He has been an officer of CASA as well as JCA, serving as the treasurer for both, the vice president for CASA, and the chair in charge of running the, I believe it was Bubble TV that he was in charge of for that. He comes to the board seeking to give back as well as give a perspective from the side of the cultural organizations that operate here at Rensselaer.
I'm gonna open up a queue for this discussion. Oh, good, okay.
Alright. Seeing no discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president of the union's appointment of Harrison Kang to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Joseph Venusto, seconded by James Whalen. All those in favor, please raise your hand immediately.
Here again.
He's here again.
This is the abstain.
Okay.
Okay. 11.
Alright. All those opposed? Motion passes 11-05. Congratulations. The Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president of the union's appointment of Shannon McComb to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Joseph Venusto. You're back.
You were a lot of people tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta have an army of me's getting ready to fix the weather machine. The thing's constantly breaking down. And then I basement every night. But Shannon is currently abroad in England, so right now she's asleep. But the perspective that she specifically brings to the board, and one of the big reasons why I selected her, she has seen unions in her term abroad as well as from her home in California from across the country. And she has seen the way they operate, and that perspective, as well as having traveled abroad, is something that we seek here. Now, this is slightly different from the other appointments that she's one of my discretionary chairs, and currently is not presiding over clubs. That will be changed going forward. I just wanted to address that in case there were questions about that. Because she won't be back in the States till July, but that will not be a problem. Any questions?
Jen.
On behalf of Mike, without Shannon here to answer questions, I'd like to table this vote until she can talk to us and answer her questions. Everyone else. I didn't get to it.
Okay.
We need a second.
Is there a second for tabling discussion on the appointment of Shannon?
I'll second.
Okay, so that's the majority vote, right?
Yeah, but it's table it. It's for the meeting. Does he need to
For
postpone
record,
it?
tabling means until later this meeting.
Is what
She's
it's-
probably not gonna make it to the.
She will most likely not be
He said table. We're done.
Alright, so, all those in favor of tabling discussion?
What?
You never take it off the table.
It's true. It's
You
true.
don't have to take it off the table.
It's
That could be
I'd rather not see this indefinitely tabled personally, as I am assembling a board and you have plans going forward. So if we can find a date on when this will be addressed, I appreciate it.
It has to be just today. It'll just be just later.
It's either today or please, sir. This is.
Alright, this isn't debatable, so we move to vote. All those in favor of tabling discussion of the appointment? All those opposed, please raise your hand. Tabling fails.
111.5. No, 111.4. 111.4.
If it would make you feel better, I do know her personally.
It's Mike, it's not me.
Oh, alright. I mean,
Sorry.
if he has specific questions, I'm happy to try and answer them to the best of my ability.
The queue is empty.
He's not here either, so.
Thank you.
Seeing no more discussion, the Rensselaer Union 46 student senate confirms the president of the union's appointment of Shannon McComb to the executive board effective immediately. So moved by Justin, seconded by Joseph Venusto. All those in favor, please raise your hands in a fashion in which it's capable because lag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what?
Why do we include Mike?
All those opposed? Motion passes 14-01. Congratulations.
Student Senate, thank you for making my life much easier.
Yep. The Lorenzo Union, 46-2 Senate, confirms the Grand Marshal appointment of Andrew Sudan to the position of Senate Executive Board Liaison effective immediately. So moved by Jessica, seconded by Thomas.
Hi guys, my name is Andrew Sonato. Go with what was said before with the controversial Senate Executive Board voting member rights. I'm not a senator, so it wouldn't be a problem. This past year, I served on the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. I was also a member of the Polytechnic. I was on the varsity football team my freshman year. I was on the club rugby team this past year. I'm a member of Greek Life, where I hold positions there. So a very vast array of experiences at RPI, and would like to continue working with those in this position. I enjoy coming to Senate meetings. I'm one of those few people I think that's kind of fun and entertaining. So it's really not a problem for me to be able to have to come here and there and be able to act as a communication tool between both bodies. I look forward to this experience, and then as it pertains to the UAR and that committee, I do have a lot of ideas for how to expand upon that role and to expand on what they did. This would be working with Marcus and Nick and release many documents and running documents, so we don't have a situation like what happened this past year happen again. Instead, we can start releasing more efficient documents so people can start seeing what's going on in an earlier date, so not everyone's just filled with information out of nowhere. I also want to release kind of more friendly documents, not just a grouping of numbers, but something that's colorful, that's very easy to use, very simple, elegant, and kind of gets to the point. Okay, thank you.
Can I open up a queue for discussion of the Grand Marshal appointment of Andrew Sudan as the Senate Executive Board Liaison? Shosh.
So I'm the current Senate Executive Board Liaison. Looking at the way the committee worked this year, we had very small membership because there wasn't a lot of people interested in actually working on the UAR and doing the job. They were more so interested in the final result. And so when the process began to approve the activity fee recommendation, there were a select handful who stepped in to help with the added work. They were recognized in the later draft, so you can note that Andrew was a contributor on that. In terms of the actual ability to perform the job, he's certainly capable because he has e-board experience, he has club officer experience, he knows LaTeX, he knows the document, he knows how the union works, he knows design, so he can continue the infographic project which he's already described. And so in terms of can he do the job, yes, you just have to decide if you want him to have the job.
Jacob.
So Andrew was the UC appointment to the executive board this year, and I think he did a great job. You know, there was a lot of times I had to come talk to him about, you know, so we had an interesting experience with the executive board this year, to say the least. But he was very good at communicating what they were doing to me. It was clear that he was advocating for the UC's position, and I think overall he's done a great job. And I would recommend him for this position. I think this would be a great opportunity.
Paul.
So just because it's been raised by several constituents, can you comment as to some people's concerns about your integrity or how it seems trusting you and stuff like that?
So everyone knows what happened. I'm deeply sorry for what happened, everyone who's involved with the situation. Everyone know I stepped down. I relinquished my abilities on the executive board. I stepped down from there too. After discussing with Aaron, I tried to take the necessary steps to make sure I was out of it. However, as I stepped out of it, I still realized that there was a lot that can get done. There's an ability to give back, and there were still things I wanted to do to better the student union and to better the experience at RPI. And this was a way that I thought I could still do so, in this way that I thought I could give back inside of and work with the system, work with Marcus, work with Nick, to try to get the most out of it and do as much as I possibly could.
Lexi.
I just wanted to say my personal experiences with Andrew to add to a recommendation of appointing him UAR chair. I did write a proposal to the e-board this past semester to start the band shuttle service. Hopefully you guys heard about it. Please do them all. But Andrew helped me look at the e-board. He wasn't even my rep and gave me some important recommendations there. And I also know that he's made a big effort to learn the process of the Senate in addition to the e-board during his time as an e-boarder. So.
Kyle.
I'm not the queue.
Kyle, right?
Nathan.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to speak a little about, because Andrew, I'm the Poly, I'm currently the senior managing editor, he was the news editor for the past 2 semesters. He's been an incredibly passionate person about
students need to remain informed about what's going on. And he's been a huge contributor towards the poly and everything we do, and I think he's really great about that. And I think he would be a really great executive board liaison in terms of keeping information flowing and keeping everybody informed.
Jen.
I just want to say that before the elections, the grad council met with Andrew, and he had some really great ideas, especially to help with alleviating our class fee. And I also know, and hopefully you still are in support of like investigating the split in the grad fee. So I just want to emphasize he definitely has grad issues, you know, in his mind, and I'm sure he's passionate about undergrad issues as well. So.
The queue is empty.
Seeing no more discussion, we move to vote. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate confirms the Grand Marshal's appointment of Andrew Sudox to the position of Senate Executive Board Liaison effective immediately. So moved by Jessica, second by Tommy. All those in favor, please raise your hand immediately. All those opposed? The motion passes 10-4. Congratulations.
Go fast.
All right. Well, that is the end of our executive board appointments. Thank you very much for your time and patience, and I look forward to working with you over the next year while you serve Nick as the president of the union.
Marcus? Yes? What about the grad? Oh, wait.
Appointment. It's a
The grad council.
Oh, never mind.
There's a
Appointments
grad
beyond.
council appointment of Nicholas Thompson and underground council appointment of Erica Lane. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We don't
approve
those are
Okay, y'all
just,
don't take care of that.
okay.
All right. So, thank you for surviving all the appointments we had today. We will move on to general discussions. The next topic we have to discuss is the bookstore. Students have been concerned about the way that the bookstore has been addressed. And so with me, I have a motion that comes forward. All right. I received this motion today during the meeting. So,
Wait, it doesn't have to be introduced. Okay, there we go.
I received.
Alright, that works for him. It makes it one less vote.
So, whereas the Rensselaer Union takes pride in being one of the few student-run student unions in the country, and whereas the RPI bookstore is currently operated and managed by the Rensselaer Union, whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate and the Rensselaer Union Executive Board make decisions on behalf of the Rensselaer student body, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Executive Board engage in secretive dialogue regarding the operations of the RPI bookstore, and whereas on or about Monday, April 27, 2015, RPI bookstore employees were informed by the director of the union, Joseph Cassie, that an outside company, Fleck Corporation, will be taking control of the RPI bookstore on June 15, 2015, and whereas the director of the union had no proper permission from the Rensselaer Union Executive Board to enter into any contract relating to the RPI bookstore, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Constitution, Article 7, Section 2, Paragraph E, provides a clear procedure for the management of the business affairs of any and all facilities operated by the Rensselaer Union. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents, and to recommend that a formal review of the director of the union be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. So moved by Justin, seconded by Stephen.
Going to open discussion for the bookstore motion. Justin.
Hi there, guys. Last time, hopefully for me, pretty much the situation that has transpired here is we have a situation in which a decision on the bookstore was made. It was done in closed meetings of e-board, which is that is okay that they have closed meetings. The issue is that no motions were passed in those meetings, so therefore no actions were taken by the executive board, because in order for an action to be taken by the executive board, they must do so through a motion, no if, ands, or buts. So therefore, because the Constitution says that an action like this must be approved by the executive board before the director of the union were able to do something like this. There would have had to have been a vote, which there wasn't, so therefore they did not have the authority to do so. this motion, notice it doesn't say that we should be trying to nullify any sort of contracts. We're not looking to do that. This motion is clearly stating that in the future, these important discussions, students should be brought in on. We talk all the time about how we're working towards transparency and we're working towards openness and we should be bringing more students into the conversation. Having making a major $30,000 related decision, which is, by the way, already been spent, without the students being able to be involved, that's a bit of a problem, no matter how good it is for the union, and I think it will be very good, but the problem is that the students were not involved at all in this other than the executive board. Also, for point B, to those who may have read it for the first time, it may seem a little bit drastic. Let me just specify that what this means is that the executive board would just look into the situation and it doesn't require them to take any further action. It more so just expresses that the way that the director of the union handled the situation wasn't the right way to handle it. It wasn't the best way to handle it, and he should know that the students are displeased with his way of handling it. The Poly has broken an article related to the situation to the internet. It has been posted on all various forms of social media, and there's been a lot of engagement, all the way ranging from a picture of Star Wars all the way through constructive debates about the situation. The students are quite displeased, and I think that this motion is an effective way for us to show that we would like to see this be done in the future through a more open and appropriate means, since we are a student union. Finally, sorry, this is not a motion that came from myself alone. This motion was briefed and talked over by a lot of different people prior to it coming to the floor, and I'm sure that they can talk for themselves as well. That is it.
Aaron.
I'm not sure all these rules about points of clarification, but I agree. One, to complain about a $30,000 decision occurring without more than the executive board looking on it doesn't make sense, because we make decisions that compromise an $8 million budget. So this $30,000 is part of that major decision. That money was taken out of the bookstore budget on a decision for us to look into how we can better operate the bookstore. Obviously, the 16 students involved on the e-board are not all masterminds of businesses and running a bookstore. So we hired consultants because over the past 5 to 10 years, the profit from the bookstore has dropped from over $400,000 down to $200,000. Now this is across the industry because students don't want to buy textbooks. Boom, it's that simple. Like, that's a huge problem all bookstores are facing. So that point is kind of null because those decisions are made by us every day, to be honest. Another point of clarification that I have is that no motions were passed because motions have to become public, so we could not violate that rule along with the rule that it's a non-disclosure agreement. When you are in negotiations with a company, you cannot go and tell the entire world everything about these negotiations. That is simply a form of business. And the fact that this company took the time to talk to students shows how important it is that we were involved. They came and did a presentation. Yes, it was a closed meeting. That is because usually these kind of negotiations occur between the company and maybe 3 or 4 people out of school. They opened up and talked to all 16 students on the executive board, allowed us to ask any questions which we had. We got information previous to the meeting and got all of our questions answered. We gave them lots of suggestions, and they'll be working with us in the future. And the reason why I wanted to interrupt in the middle is because I can't remember everything that you said. But I can try to answer any questions that people have here, but this whole notion of us operating in secrecy is because that is kind of the way negotiations are made. There is no contract that has been signed. So that has not been violated yet. The contract hasn't been signed, only a letter of intent, which we talked about.
Andrew.
I'm really sorry, Rich. Can you potentially reread the motion?
You did read it quietly.
Okay, fair. Whereas the Rensselaer Union takes pride in being one of the few student-run student unions in the country, and whereas the RPI bookstore is currently operated and managed by the Rensselaer Union, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate and the Rensselaer Union Executive Board make decisions on behalf of the Rensselaer student body, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Executive Board engaged in secretive dialogue regarding the operation of the RPI bookstore, and whereas on or about Monday, April 27, 2015, RPI bookstore employees were informed by the director of the union, Joseph Cassidy, that an outside company, Collect Corporation, would be taking control of the RPI bookstore on June 15, 2015. And whereas the director of the union has had no proper permission from the Rensselaer Union Executive Board to enter into any contracts relating to the RPI bookstore, and whereas the Rensselaer Union's Constitution, Article 7, Section 2, Paragraph E, provides a clear procedure for the management of the business affairs of any and all facilities operated by the Rensselaer Union, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents, and to recommend that a formal review of the director of the union be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. So moved by Justin, seconded by Stephen.
Thank you.
Colton.
So just one point that I wanted to make, and this kind of goes to the part of the motion where you're recommending a formal review of the director of the union, and it kind of responds to some of the points that you made where I feel like you were saying this decision was kind of unilaterally made by the director of the union. There was student input. I mean, the executive board was involved in the decision, and I don't think, yes, while there was no motion passed, I don't think that it's necessarily appropriate to assign blame or to call into review the director of the union based on this.
Paul.
So, I'm probably gonna yield the floor to Aaron after this, I was wondering, was there any actual plan to have a final vote by students, whether the executive board or a larger group of students, on this decision? Is there a scheduled time when the e-board was going to vote whether or not to approve this contract?
Okay, so my term is over and I have not been butting into their business for the past 2.5, 3 weeks. But the signing of the contract cannot officially be done by the executive board because it has to go through the finance office, as all RFPs have to. I do not know the final plans. The contract is close to being finished, but I don't have the details on it and I can't speculate. An important thing to talk about is that it wasn't just like we jumped in with one company. There was an RFP sent out and they sent proposals. The e-board got to see the entire report from the consultants, which is also in your non-disclosure agreement, so only the executive board and those pertinent to the decision can look at it. But the whole e-board was briefed on all of these things, so we have had input during the entire process. Right now, it is up. It's been passed up above us, but this has been in the works, and it has been shut down multiple times, and the students always push to bring it back. This is not something that has been pushed on the e-board by the administration. It is something we are very much in favor for, and that we believe will benefit students incredibly.
Jen.
Since this was kind of quiet for necessary reasons and whatnot, would you guys be able to tell us who voted and I guess more specifically what grad students, if any, or how many voted with regards to the bookstore?
So voting would be everyone on the e-board. So on the e-board, your rep was technically not a grad student, so you had Chaz. So that would be one, and there was Courtney. I'm not really she was co-term something.
When did this happen?
Which vote are you talking about?
The closed door meeting.
Yeah, this closed door meeting.
That was before they.
Okay.
So it was no the closed meeting at the bookstore. Which one?
The last one.
The one where they came presented.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Nick was on that one. The one previous where the discussions began with the bookstore consultant. It was Courtney.
Okay.
Shoshana.
So having been on the board, I just want to try to explain the e-board's point of view right now. So the lack of transparency is abhorrent, and personally, I hated it every second of it. Anytime it came up in discussion, we repeatedly requested information on where we were in the process to know instantaneously when the process was done, so we could communicate the process better to the student body. Unfortunately, it's such a complicated process that we're still in contract negotiations, and therefore the non-disclosure agreement still holds, and so we can't say a lot of the information that you're requesting. But just open your eyes to the reality that you see in front of you. You've noticed dozens of bookstore sales now are income has been dropping. I'm sure that the results will be released next year, particularly in the UAR on the exact figures. I can't give those to you right now, and I'm sorry. But the thing is, the bookstore is our second largest source of income. It is your greatest defense against an expensive activity fee. And right now, students don't want it. They see these expensive textbooks they don't want to buy. They go to Amazon or they go to their friends to buy it. They see this merchandise that is really expensive, so they wait till their parents buy it for them, so that way they don't have to spend the money. And that money goes back to your activity fee, but at the end of the day, it's not profitable. And I can't tell you all of the results of the contract, because the contract hasn't been released, but in receiving information through this process, the board has determined that there are 3 significant benefits to having this system. So we believe that the technology will improve. I'm sure you guys have been down to the bookstore where the point of sale system has broken. This has been a significant problem throughout the union resources. So we're hoping that obviously we'll have at least a functioning one. Additionally, because of the economies of scale, we anticipate cheaper books because there will be more options for buying textbooks, particularly rental textbooks, which in the consultant's report was the major concern of students from the merchandise that the bookstore proposed. And finally, third, with this system, the students still have input. One of the biggest interesting points that was discussed in negotiations was the structure of the bookstore, who would be involved in it. So it's not someone else coming in to run the bookstore, it's contract management. So someone's going to be the manager, but the staff is going to come from RPI, and there will be at least a maintenance of student staff, if not an increase in student staff. That's employees with skills for the workplace, that's money directly in students' pockets. So I don't know what's going to come out of this contract. It's in negotiation. But given the current situation, the board unanimously decided that this was the best option because bookstores are going south, and so we might as well stay ahead of the game because we're a competitive university, and the union only wants to give you the best resources possible.
So I'm next in the queue. So I just wanted to speak to the fact that this motion is not dealing necessarily with the current status of the bookstore, whether it's making or not making money, or even the contract necessarily itself. It's dealing more with the process to which this contract was approached from. It was mentioned that both the fact that the contract was in negotiation and the consultant's report itself are both under non-disclosure agreements. While having gone through an RFP for a club I'm part of, I understand the need to have negotiations not be put out on the front page of the Poly. On the other hand, I would like to suggest that the fact that these negotiations were ongoing is not something that should have been under this non-disclosure agreement. The executive board, as representatives of the students of the union, should have been able to at least announce to the student body that this is something that's happening. We are bringing consultants in, and here's how it's going to work. That the report should, I hope it is going to be released eventually, but that report should be released. And at the same time, when a decision was made that we're going to be pursuing this in more depth with a specific company, even if the company is not announced, the fact that most students are finding out about this entire process from a Poly article this evening is not the way they should have found out about it. It should have been announced from the e-board many, many months ago that this is the process we're ongoing. We will share more information when we can. If that was it, we would have been in a much different situation than we're in now, where we're finding out through social media, Poly, and now have this large discussion here at the Senate. And I would like to yield the rest of my time to Erin.
Okay, so bookstore employees have known since the beginning of the consultant that this was a possibility because it was their jobs that were being changed, and so no one is going to be told before them because that is very unfair. Second, you do not want to talk about something unless you're sure it's going to happen. So the bookstore consultant occurred so that we could make a case for where we wanted the bookstore to go. We had this idea before and it had been squashed. So the consultant was the case to prove the best way that we could possibly make the bookstore be the best it can be for the students. But until we had something concrete, you can't go on and say, hey, we're looking at contract manager, and then a month later, like, oh, never mind, we aren't doing that anymore. And so, to keep from having false information out there, we had to be sure what was happening before we could release. And second, because of the non-disclosure agreement, which I know is a point of contention with the students, The consultants would not work with you without a non-disclosure agreement. The companies would not go into contract negotiations with you without a non-disclosure agreement. That was a point that couldn't be budged, and there was no other way to go through with that process. So it was either completely take it off the table or go with the non-disclosure agreement.
Matt.
I'd like to clarify something that Justin said. The consultant was an e-board vote. It was made last year, May 8th, that was public. But I would reiterate what Josh said, that besides the consultant, students knew very little about anything going on. And the first indication from this has been that it's a done deal.
Kyle.
So, as a lot of people have stated, the problem isn't with the system here, nor is it with the decision that was made regarding the bookstore. The problem is just more with how the decision was made. And people keep bringing things up with the executive board, but I think that's misleading. And I want to move this conversation away from the e-board because, as Erin was stated, they couldn't even get into the process without an NDA, which created the air of secrecy. There's a separate conversation that can be had about whether that was the right move, but I think that is a very different conversation because this motion seems more focused on the director of the union and the current situation. I'm of the understanding, based on the way the motion was written, and I haven't read the Poly article yet because I've been in this meeting / looking for my laptop bag in the past few hours. But I'm of the understanding that the director confirmed to bookstore employees that a new company is moving in on June 15th. So that means that even if the contract has not been signed yet, he seems to have moved forward with this confirmation, and that's really where the concern comes in. The e-board cannot sign a contract, as Erin stated. However, the director cannot move forward with something like this without the executive board's approval. So the e-board should have a check on the director in that sense, one way or another. So if he's kind of approving a big thing right now and approving this sort of big move, that's kind of where the concern comes in for this motion, not with the executive board.
Michael.
Okay, so I have a couple questions for Erin, after which I will yield my time. So obviously Joe isn't here right now. Like, do we know exactly? First question is like, do we know exactly what happened from your perspective? Like, this is all information we've gotten from the Poly. So is there any other kind of story that we might need to be aware of? Like, did he actually say this, or did he say it in like a different way, something like that? I guess I was originally a little confused because I wasn't sure what was the issue with specifically Joe versus the executive board. Like, I feel like the process, yes, now I understand why it had to be a certain way, but I guess Kyle kind of cleared that up. My main concern with this specific motion right now is that I think it's a little bit too specific of a scope right now. I'd like to, not motion, but entertain the motion to amend it to kind of be a little bit more broad. So review not only just the director of the union, but the process. Not to say that we can actually do anything about it at this point, but kind of overview what went on and have students be more aware of what happened. Specifically with this like Reddit thread going on, like there's a lot of misinformation. Nobody from student government is actually responding, which is very frustrating. I understand like why we don't respond because it'll only spur more. Yes, yes, but okay. But like the problem is like this is like a problem that's been going on for like the past 2 years on Reddit. Nobody ever responds in student government because we don't want to get more hate. And I think right now what needs to happen is we need to respond regardless of what happens. Like we need to say the facts, and if you guys get more like, oh, this is wrong, like you guys shouldn't have done this, like these are the facts, this is what happened, this is why it needed to happen, and while allowing like all this like speculation to keep going on is I think a bad idea. So I'm yielding to Erin because I asked her a question about what like Joe has to say about this, I guess, because he's not here right now.
So I don't know exactly what Joe has to say about this, but the e-board has been aware of this timeline for a long time. This is the most ideal timeline we could ever imagine, because when they take over right at the end of the semester, they have the entire summer to complete renovations, and then the bookstore can be up and running by the time students come back in the fall. Any other timeline would not work nearly as well. So the e-board has been aware of this timeline for a long time, and that's what the contract is kind of behind as far as it being signed. So the original timeline was to take this over. So yes, Joe is acting as if this is what is going to happen, because that is what we would like to happen, and the e-board has been aware of this. As far as your Reddit commentary, I personally really don't like Reddit, mostly because if these students are so concerned and have a question, our emails are the most simple things in the entire world, and they could actually contact someone and have a discussion about it. But the biggest problem that I have here is that while some people are productive, you get some people who are extremely unproductive and just turn the conversation into something that it is not. And so that would be my hesitation on Reddit. I might adjust things later once I figure out exactly what I can and cannot say, because once it's on Reddit, everyone in the world reads it, so I need to be very careful with my choice of words. But I will try to adjust that. Did I miss any other questions?
Steven.
My point's already been made, guys.
Spencer.
No, I'm not gonna yield to you, Justin. I waited like 5 minutes to get on the queue, like 15. But I agree with the e-board, and I understand that this is how you have to do business. I mean, it kind of sucks figuring out like in a month that it's gonna change. I think it's a great idea to privatize the bookstore. Anything to make the bookstore better is a good thing in my book. I'd be as extreme to say I would sacrifice kittens to make the bookstore profitable and actually good. I think it's a trend that we've seen if you look at other bookstores, that ours is not competitive as is. The products being offered are not adequate, and they're not competitive to even businesses in Troy, to what you can get with RPI brands apparel. And I think making this a personal attack or directing all of this ire at the director of the union, Joe Cassidy, is unreasonable. And I think we should end discussion on this, and I would like to call the question.
Can I make one point of clarification?
I'm going to rule that out of order.
Which?
I tried.
His or hers?
His. What did she?
She just called a point of clarification.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, it's a request. There's no point of information.
Yeah, but he said it's out of order.
You're not even voting on her.
Yeah, you can yield to Aaron. I'm saying that you're calling the question was out of order.
That's fine.
All right. Nathan.
Wait,
Wait,
she's yielded to.
If he made a motion, he's done he's off the floor. You called it out of order. It's moving.
I'll wait.
Nathan.
I've been here for 3 hours.
Quick, and then I'll yield to Aaron. So actually, Joe Cassidy did provide the Polyglot statement, so those who might not have read the article, I would just want to provide that to you guys. It said, we have been exploring the possibility of contract management of the Rensselaer Collegiate Store. The Rensselaer Union Executive Board has been involved in this process. Currently, we are in contract negotiations with Follett Higher Education Group, the largest operator of collegiate stores. We anticipate that the contract will be finalized in the near future, and an announcement with more details will be released at that time. That's all he provided to us. So, just so everyone can hear that came directly from his personal email account. And then I'll yield to Aaron.
Okay, so a big point that I want to make, which people seem to not understand, saying, oh, you're making this decision without the students, you're doing this without the students. That's our job. Like, you voted Nick to be your PU. He's going to pick 15 to 20 people who are going to decide how they're going to spend $8 million this year. That is their job. They were selected for this purpose. They go to a meeting 2 hours a day, they do their work, they meet with clubs. It's their job to make these decisions, and that's why they are chosen to be in these positions. It's the same reason why you guys have the job of, like, why should people complain, oh, they didn't include everyone in the decision to change their bylaws. Well, I want to sit on the judicial board and be on the e-board. That's not fair that I couldn't be part of that discussion. Like, that's your job. That'd be silly if people got upset about it. So my biggest point of clarification is just that this decision has been made by the e-board, and that's because that falls under the e-board's realm of decision-making and responsibilities.
Jenna.
Okay, so it doesn't, to me, sound like there's much we can do now, but I still feel like the process was somewhat non-transparent, so I think what a lot of people are saying or thinking is that we should investigate this and maybe try to change some things for the future so something like this won't happen again. And I know you guys, and I know you guys did the best you could, but I'm gonna yield the rest of my time to Paul.
So I don't think, or kind of like, just with the way this process happened, I think the issue that a lot of students in general have, and most of the Senate has, isn't the fact that the e-board was doing their job or whatever. It's the fact that everything, to quote Drake, everything went 0 to 100 real quick. It's not like we knew that something that you guys were starting to send out an RFP or certain things. It's just one day, kind of the first thing most people are hearing about this was that this contract essentially sounds like it's being, or was the fact that Joe announced it as a done deal. And the fact that most people would have at least liked to know ahead of time that the bookstore is looking into different changes, rather than hearing over the course of the year, you hear one or two times, oh, there's a rumor that the bookstore is moving into Troy, there's a rumor that the bookstore is doing this, there's a rumor that the bookstore is being moved into MPAC, MPAC's taking off, I'm gonna start hovering around the school as an actual weather machine. So, just kind of the idea that, yes, we're supposed to do our jobs and do things, but we try to work to make sure that we discuss things and that people at least have a general idea that we're working on a thing. We may not be able to give you details of the thing that we're working on, but hey, we're sending out an RFP and we're looking at stuff at the bookstore rather than just hearing that one thing, which I'm not sure if whoever was, I guess Frank was probably still liaison at the time. I'm not sure if he, actually no, we didn't, maybe Tyler was liaison at
This
the
goes back to staff.
Goes what?
Yeah. This started with staff.
Guys,
Who the
uh,
heck-
Paul
this
has
goes
the cue
back
right now.
way, okay, so this goes back to like before half the current Senate was even students at this school. So it's kind of that communication ball seems to have just been dropped. And we kind of need to look at making sure, I guess, looking at whether, now that we have more information about what happened in the process, it seems that a lot of the finger pointing or annoyance that we had kind of isn't necessarily directed at the right place, since a lot of cases, you guys just weren't allowed to talk about things, and it is your job to decide things like this. But there needs to at least be some information, like how the Senate agenda, like not everybody can't just come in and tell us, hey, you have to change this or change that. But we try to do our best to send out our agendas, send it out so people know we're working on X or Y. So if they want to give some feedback, they can give feedback, because right now most students think it's too late to even ask any questions or do whatever, since it sounds like it's 90-something% done.
Keegan.
I feel like this conversation's been extremely circular, and I'd like to call a question.
Seconds.
So, question has been called, it requires 2/3 vote, and a second.
Second.
Yeah, there were seconds.
Wow,
Alright.
people.
Note, calling the question means we end discussion here and we immediately move to vote on the motion as it stands, with no amendments applied to it. All those in favor of any discussion right here and moving to vote on the main motion? Raise them high and soon. All those opposed?
Oh wait, sorry. One more. Sorry. It's a stressful night. I
So
apologize.
please, all those opposed, please raise your hands. Just. Calling the question fails, 862.
Justin.
Okay, so thank you for all of
And they
that.
wanna give us an ambulance.
But the bottom line is there are the what? Right, so the bookstore thing, the thing that is happening to the bookstore is I'm sure it's going to be a great addition to the bookstore. But here's the problem: it is a part of the Rensselaer Union, which is a student-run union. By adding and by giving it the power to by giving it to an external body, you are therefore removing that ability for the students to be in control of that facility. But the thing is, so to extend that, I know, and also we're giving them a contract, and then therefore we could also terminate it, and therefore it is still technically indirectly a student-run situation, but it's honestly not. But on that, also on top of that, the issue is not that the e-board did what it did. The issue is that if we could let this go on, right? The contract has not yet been signed. From what I understand, the contract is yet to be signed. And if we proceed to let it go, still the details of the contract are unknown. We have no idea what's going on, and it looks like the person who is supposed to be signing the document, which is the director of the union, will be doing so without any student input, unless something else changes, and that is an issue upon itself. And the bottom line is that another bottom line is there's so many bottom lines here. Okay, all right, whatever. It's another area of the bottom line. Doesn't matter. The point that matters here is that this was a clear broken trust of the student body. This was it was not the right way to handle things. If the NDA, they should not have gone through the NDA. If that was the means that they were going to do it, they should have looked for another means, honestly, because then it may not have been the right way to go, because we are a student union. We are the only student union that is still run by the students to this extent. So what I believe.
For a private institution.
Yes. For a private institution. For a private institution. So for that reason, I mean, they should have made a special exception, and they didn't. And that the bottom line is that we have our we have our students to look out for, and we should be working towards openness, not closedness, as the e-board, and not the e-board, but the situation went. Jeremy.
Point of personal privilege. Could you send out the? I mean, because it's a point of personal privilege specifically to me, but to everyone. Could you send out the motion so amendments can be written?
Yes, I can do that. I'm going to be sending it. Wait, is the point of information is the Senate private mailing list updated with?
Yes, I updated it.
All right, I will be emailing
By
it.
the way, I updated the Senate private
Okay, and for your reference, a point of personal privilege can relate to the rights of the assembly as a whole. It does not
okay, I
necessarily.
thought it was just me.
It does. It says personal. It doesn't necessarily have to be personal.
Okay.
All right, guys. Jeremy.
Everyone, so to address real quick two of Justin's points, specifically the one about this being a student-run union and that we are ceding some of that authority. I would like to draw everyone's attention to the McNeil Room, which I believe is managed by Sodexo. We still control the McNeil Room, and we still control Sodexo's contracts for the most part in conjunction with the Institute. So we're not ceding any. There's precedent for this sort of action, and the sort of action that was taken in contracting with Sodexo to work the Rathskeller and the McNeil Room was done to sort of promote the student interest, because there's no way the executive board could manage food service itself. It needed someone who was specialized in food service to take care of that as a service to the students. So this is not an action without precedent, just to address that part of the student-run union aspect. The second part, to address Justin's fact about the non-disclosure agreement, there is no way this happens without an NDA. No ifs, ands, or buts. If we want this to happen, it has to go through an NDA, and that's how contract negotiations have to go, whether we like it or not. As the executive board was able to read the consultant's report, and as the evidence provided by other people who have spoken, the consultant's report was overwhelmingly in favor of this sort of action. So there was a decision that had to be made. The executive board made it. As Shosh said, it wasn't necessarily the lack of transparency was abhorrent, but it was something that had to be done.
Right, before we move on to Q, just a reminder, the current motion on the floor, which is what we're supposed to be discussing, resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining transparency and recommend the full review of the director. Discussion has moved significantly towards the actual process itself and what happened. We need to make sure that as the motion currently stands, we're discussing the transparency of the process and the formal review of the director and all the whereas clauses in there. So let's try and avoid the whole discussion about what happened specifically. Conrad.
Joe Cassidy has been doing his job as the E-board has been recommending it. He has given, with my understanding, we know Justin through the E-board, he constantly gave them in the situation of the bookstore, which if everyone would like to clarify at any point, was constantly, insight was constantly gained from the E-board, and then the actions which he has been conducting has been as per his job. Going through this contract, going through the steps with it, that's just what he has been doing. Even though I do think Aaron might be able to speak more specifically on this point, because I'm not as fluid as I thought. Go, Aaron.
Okay, so addressing transparency, as there's multiple portions to this. One, the board of trustees, like big board of trustees. We could not tell like students out telling big board of trustees, right? You can't tell big board of trustees with like, hey, we think we might maybe be doing something like this. So that's one reason why it was upheld. As soon as they knew something, it was added to the student life plan. It was actually a part of the student life plan, which I know some of you were at, but most of you were not, where they talked about one part, which was part of the consultants that they looked into, which was the location of the bookstore. So different parts of this have been put out through different venues, which students don't attend or care about. So it's not a huge boom shock. It's the things that have been out there to be seen. Students haven't seen because students don't look. Second point, this is all related to Joe and Joe doing his job and not circumventing things. So everyone's like always going above our head, adding things to the contract, and we don't get to see it, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. A good example would be, if you remember the E-board talking about the postal station, we have talked about that being one of our priorities and needing to be something in the bookstore. And so that will be something that will be looked at for the contract. Because we would like a postal station within our bookstore, but we didn't quite have the means to make that happen. This company can. The contract has not been signed, as I have said, and a big point I want to make is that, yes, it's currently a self-operated bookstore. That is different than contract management. However, that is almost exactly the same from our point of view. We get the profits. We don't sit there and make day-to-day decisions about the bookstore. We pay someone, pay the director, who runs the bookstore, and then we get the profits from it. Now we're having a company run the bookstore versus one person. And then Joe has been fighting for us this whole way and looking out for students and what we wanted for this bookstore. I know a lot of students have problems with him, but as far as this specific situation is concerned, he has had our back the entire time. And I firmly believe that Joe is looking out for the rights of students and in our best interest in this manner.
Aaron.
Yeah, so that was my list. So.
Okay.
I have elementary procedure, I think. I haven't talked on this matter yet.
Nope, I have you as 6th on the queue.
And did Erin, was that her first time?
No, that would be her second time on the queue. She's been waived. She's been yielded to. Thank you. Multiple times.
Okay.
You are.
I was
Wow.
Yeah, you're there. Paul.
Okay, so just to bring out a few points that relate to different things. One is, okay, let's be up first with relation of asking the company to make an exception to their process and how they work on things. Let's be honest. We're a school that has 8,000 total students counting grads. We're the proverbial Mount Podunk State. Nobody's going to make an exception for us because we aren't a big enough school that we're a big enough issue in their revenue streams that somebody would want to make an exception to how they completely work all of their business to want to work with us. And also, as the company would still be under the union's business operations committee, I believe, the functions they'd be taking over, I believe, are currently run by adults who are union staff. So no control would be really taken away from students. It's just, it seems like the issues that everybody has with the process are rather than the company taking over, the methods that kind of were used in the process and how everything was done intentionally in an informal manner in the executive board to make sure, just so people wouldn't end up hearing about it. Or just, not that, but just, the process wasn't formalized and clear. Part of the information was sort of withheld, part of it was just in full places where it wasn't that readily accessible unless you were going out to look for it. So I'd like to amend the motion to, or instead of a review of director, to a review of the director and the process which was pursued in these contract negotiations. Just because this is, even when we're looking at it and reviewing it, we can't guarantee that anything will be changed, but we need to,
everybody in this room can agree that student government has a big issue with the talks that we have in our own little bubbles, between our two different little bubbles and where they interact, and between sharing it with the student union as a whole, and we just need to kind of look at how we look at ourselves in the mirror and how we discuss things and get better at doing it, and this may be the only way we can actually do it.
Second.
Can you reread the thing?
I have a point of order.
Third. Hold on one sec.
So, it might be parliamentary procedure, I'm not entirely sure. So, I guess my question before was, I believe Aaron and Paul have both talked before, and I had not, so how come the queue I'm in wasn't?
So, based
I haven't talked, I asked him last time.
based on what I have here, Justin spoke, followed by Aaron. A little while later, Paul spoke, you then spoke, and you were followed by Shosh.
Okay. Yeah, last time I asked, you said I hadn't, so that's why I was confused.
No, you had.
You hadn't been on the
You-
queue,
you
you
are-
hadn't been on the queue a second time yet.
Correct.
Yeah, I was asking about the first time.
You were on the queue the first time, you were the seventh speaker.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We have had it seconded, I did not hear who seconded, could you please speak up again?
Steve?
I seconded it.
Okay. So, the last clause of the motion has been changed. If you'd like for me to read the entire motion, please indicate to me now.
Can you just read the last part?
That's the plan, I just wanted to make sure that nobody wanted it. So, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents, and two, to recommend that a formal review of the Director of the Union and the process that ensued regarding the situation be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. This amendment was motioned by Paul, seconded by Steve.
Going to open a queue for discussion. Okay, I guess we'll just go while people are
Can we see
thinking
if
what
it's
they want to
friendly
speak
first,
about.
or
What?
can we see if it's friendly first and then?
We could, oh, sorry.
Is there any objection to the amendment?
Did that completely alter the part with Joe Cassidy?
No, the review.
It altered the second clause. Would you like me to read it again?
Sorry.
The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents, and to recommend that a formal review of the Director of the Union and the process that ensued regarding the situation be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. This amendment was moved by Paul and seconded by Steve. Is there any objections to the amendment as it currently reads? Do you have a second? Do we have a second?
Second. You don't need a second objection, it's just anyone objects.
Okay.
All right. Gonna open up discussion for the bookstore amendment as it was just read.
That's what we.
There was an objection.
That's what you literally just said.
All right, I'm gonna go here.
Everyone, please give us your undivided attention so
And I
that
will
way we
try-
can proceed clearly and effectively.
I will try and request write names here as I'm speaking. All right. So as to the point I made earlier about the non-disclosure and this is going to be challenging. The non-disclosure and the procedure of which the executive board went under this. While it was mentioned that the non-disclosure agreement had to be signed before any steps were taken into the process, I'm now specifically talking about with, is it Philesse, if I have the name right? Not necessarily with the consultants. I understand that standard business practice is just a blanket non-disclosure agreement. And as has been brought up multiple in this discussion, we are a student-run union. We're the only private university in the country that still does it that way. We are unique. And our relationship with this organization is going to be unique compared to other other schools that they work with. Simply by that fact, the fact that they were not willing to, or whether it was not even brought up, to modify their standard practices is concerning in the process. I think that, as I mentioned before, the non-disclosure agreement didn't need to be blanket. If it even allowed for for the e-board to say, we are undertaking a formal review of the bookstore, we'll give you more information when we can, is better than the situation we're currently in. We had to do non-disclosure when we did the ski club stuff, and we were able to say, we're working on a solution to this problem, we'll give you more information when we can. The blanket, I think, is too much, and it is a little worrisome that it already is at the point where they're not willing to modify anything for us. I'm gonna go try and write names as I go down the queue. Justin.
I think that this amendment is a great change to the,
Keegan? Yes or
to the
no?
motion. And that being said, I still would like to affirm the fact that it is a very important step for us to take, and yeah, so.
Andrew?
A couple things. Having been part of those discussions, I understand where you guys are coming from. However, we were kind of the people in the bad spot. With the projections of what the bookstore was looking, with the future income rates just lowering and lowering, we were expected to lose a lot of money. We didn't really have much to argue them with, because the amount of money we would have invested into the bookstore per this contractor was very great. They came forward saying that they would put up this money and that they would do this with this specific negotiation tactics. There was not really any type of dialogue or anything where we could have gone away or out of this non-disclosure agreement. To say that that's outlandish or ridiculous on their point of view is a little ridiculous, because the conversation never would have started. And although you guys could say, oh, well, that's terrible, this conversation's bad in the first place, but from our standpoint, when we were looking at what's the best for the students, if we were to not go with them, if we were to stay with openness, we would say, okay, this wouldn't be an open figure, then what ultimately came out of it is decreasing sales, loss of money, and ultimately we've had a lower cost, activity fees could rise, costs would have had to come from other places. So in order to be less detrimental to what we saw as the student's financial burden, we had to go forward with kind of ultimate plan and work within a system. We tried to do our best to make sure we were always kept informed, as Aaron has been saying, but we had to stay with what their agreement was and what their business practices were. It's not just something we could have changed or altered at our whim.
Spencer?
I'm gonna try and keep this on topic to the amendment. That's what we should be talking about in this sub-Q, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think the amendment is appropriate with its inclusion of the director of the union, and implying that there should be a review of his activity. As Aaron and other members of the E-Board had pointed out, there had been suitable notice about the inclusion or the meeting with consultants about the activities of, I mean, there had been explicitly, they told us, we knew it was happening. If you weren't paying attention, you weren't paying attention. Yeah, and we'll save the rest for the big Q.
Keegan?
I'd just like to say, kind of seconding what Spencer said, I don't think that this amendment is appropriate to point blame at the director, and everything else I say to me is none.
Steven?
Pass.
Aaron? Anthony? Tim?
Pass.
Nick?
Yep.
No? Marcus?
So, just to clarify, this amendment did not add any comment about the director of the union. That comment was already there. What this added was, and the procedure that ensued regarding the situation. So, in the original motion, the director of the union was identified. Just as making sure everybody's aware of that.
Kyle?
Request for.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so.
Wait, there's.
No, you're
Are we, can we go a second amendment further?
Yes.
That's the limit, though.
Am I good?
Go, Kyle.
Okay, so so this is the amendment to add the process, and to make it the process and the director.
Yes.
I also agree, despite my concerns about whether the director is moving forward with the process, I think given what we've heard from Aaron and from the other e-boarders, it would be better to focus on the process itself, because there was a breakdown in process, and I don't know, because this is not a situation that was harmful, and this was not a situation that was malicious, we don't want to turn this into a finger-pointing battle. Pretty much what happened is this. It isn't a problem with the initial consultant on the location of the bookstore, it isn't a problem with the e-board's intent. The problem is only with the closed meeting in which the e-board decided to move forward with the contract process. That's where all of this is stemming from. The reason there's a requirement in the Senate bylaws, e-board bylaws, UC bylaws, etc., to make motions public after a closed meeting is simply so that no matter what the governing bodies want, any major decision has to be public and within a certain degree of transparency. The process is a requirement and it really can't be circumvented to fit the body's needs, however benign those needs may be. Because again, we agree that this was a beneficial decision. So governing groups are held to these requirements and can't move around them when it's convenient. So if the e-board discussed this in a closed meeting without an official motion, and made a decision without an official motion specifically so that it couldn't be public, that is a subversion of the process. So either that happened and there was a subversion on the e-board's end, or the director's moving forward with the contract without official approval just because of this technicality, and that's a subversion on his end. But again, because this was a situation where it was done for proper reasons, I want to move away from the finger pointing. I think the director should be taken out. This should be a motion that is looking at the overall process so we can avoid getting into this kind of sticky situation again.
Michael.
So I don't think we can actually like change the amendment right now to take out the director of the union part because it's only affecting the other stuff, right?
Depends on how it was worded. Do you know, was it requested to add that or replace this entire second section?
I was adding it.
So no, you'd have to wait for the main
Okay,
queue.
so what I recommend we do
Can I
is
change
we
my amendment?
end discussion on this amendment, we kill it, and then we change the stuff to do exactly what Kyle said. I think, I agree, I don't like the idea that the director of the union had much to do with this because it was from what I can tell, like purely e-board's fault. Not to say that you guys didn't, but the responsibility fell on the e-board, not the director of the union. So I am done.
Okay, Andrew.
Out of curiosity, I guess this goes to Paul. What do you want to see come out of a review? What do you want to see from the e-board standpoint? What would you like to see them put forward in that kind of, or what action would you want to see?
Well, kind of just, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, just because I don't know what all happened internally in that process. But just since there are so many questions about how it went on and the transparency and what went into it, I'd like to kind of look at how kind of the process, whether there were any more opportunities to be kind of make information either more accessible to students or accessible in a more central location so it'd be easier to find, or more constant communication about what happened, since the discussion apparently started previously now 3 presidents of the union ago and has gone on till now, and I don't really recall it being mentioned that many times in any Senate meetings or anything over the past few years. And this would be, if I was allowed to, a committee I would join, since I don't like assigning people extra work and then skipping out on doing it, because that's kind of a tool move. But just kind of looking at that process with that, and as well kind of where the Senate messed up, if we messed up anywhere in terms of it being mentioned to us and us neglecting a chance to kind of give input into the situation or transmit that information to students, since kind of it's more of our job. If we have, just because we have more interaction with class councils and we have higher expectation to, it's kind of our job to help the board in publicizing and transmitting information. So if they gave information to us and we didn't spread it along or move it down along the chain either, then it's also on us as well. So just kind of looking at both of those and coming up if we need to change some of our procedures or bylaws to make sure we don't make a screw up this big again in the future, just doing that, or being like, okay, we're done here.
Aaron.
So I'd just like to point out again that the fact that they expanded the non-disclosure agreement to the entire executive board was a show of faith to them in that they, yes, usually it's like 3 people. The fact that they opened up this entire process to the 16 students who are on the board and myself shows that they were taking students into consideration, that we were allowed to view not only information from the contract management investigation, but also from the company itself. That is much different than the way they would have handled this at any other school. Yes, the investigation team into bookstore operations would have done focus groups like they did, but they would not have included a group of students into the conversation the way they did, and they would not have given the report to a group of students unless they saw that we were, why this process was happening, that we were the ones in charge of this, so.
Keegan.
I'd like to call questions.
Second.
Question has been called. All those in favor of ending the discussion on the amendment currently, and I will read the amendment one more time. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves, and this applies to section 2, to recommend a formal review of the director of the union and the amendment portion is in addition, and the process that ensued regarding the situation taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. So read that in full. To recommend a formal review of the director of the union and the process that ensued regarding the situation be taken by the Rensselaer Union Student Board, Rensselaer Union Executive Board. All those in favor of ending discussion on the motion as it reads. The amendment to the motion as it reads.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Paul, you put me in agreement. Oh, we're voting?
Call the question.
Please keep your hands up.
Yeah.
Alright. All those opposed? Question of the call 1410. Alright, we'll now vote on whether or not we will end discussion here and move on to, I mean, we will.
No.
Thank you.
No, we're voting on the amendment. We need to vote
Oh,
on
you
the
did.
amendment. We did. We just voted on calling the question.
We didn't call all the questions, just.
Oh,
We're now voting on the amendment.
force of habit, sorry. Alright, we are now discussing the main motion. We are
No,
back.
we have to vote. We're voting on the amendment now. We just voted on calling the question.
That's what I meant to say the first time, and then you guys told me I was
It's okay,
wrong.
it's tomorrow.
I know. Alright, we are now voting on the amendment to recommend that formal review of the director of the union and the process that ensued regarding the situation be taken to the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently reads, please raise your hands high and proud.
Wait, what is the amendment?
You can't vote it.
You guys should put this stuff up on the projection screen so that it's just for everybody to read.
Yeah, but that would make sense.
Guys, we are in voting procedures. Please be quiet.
I couldn't hear, so.
The Rensselaer Union 46-2 Senate hereby resolves to recommend a formal review of the director of the union and the process that ensued regarding the situation be taken to by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently reads, please raise your hand one more time. Aye. All those opposed? Motion fails, amendment fails, 6-8-2.
Michael.
Finally. Okay, so going back to what Justin said like a really long time ago, Jeremy kind of touched on it, but.
Actually, hold on. I am sorry. There's people in the first queue. Sorry. You're way down at the bottom. Austin.
So my just input on this is that I think we're doing a lot of. Sorry, let me just think really quick. So the way I'm seeing it is that the e-board went about this the best way they could. We elected them to do their job, and they went about this the best way they could to improve our student union. So I see very little reason why we would pass this. I think they did things the best way they could. As far as transparency, there had to be a reduction of transparency just as part of the agreement. And to get this contract started, and so I don't think we necessarily need to do this review, and I especially do not believe we need to do a review of the Joe, because I think he really that Joe, because I mean, I think if anything it was an e-board process that this information wasn't being relayed, and we should look into that, but I don't think Joe did anything that was necessarily negative where we should review him. I am done.
Mike.
Okay, I'm reading this on behalf of myself. I support and stand behind the e-board. They weren't trying to screw you, but instead make us a better union. We accepted these people to entrust with the budget, and we should respect that. If they could tell us sooner, they would have. Joe Cassidy has done nothing but help us in previous years. We shouldn't throw him under the bus. I say we remove him from the motion, and he yields to Spencer.
So, after hearing what Mike said, I'm going to propose an amendment to strike the director of the union from the document and make the appropriate wording changes. but before I formally do that, I'd like to urge the Senate that even if we do pass this vital amendment for the base motion, that we should strike down the motion, because the basis of the argument being made here is a massive overreach by the Senate, as the E-Board and the Director of the Union were well within their rights. The process in question is business standard, and any implication that an NDA is inappropriate implies that the union can circumvent the way business is done in the modern world. All we can really do as a Senate anyways is charge them to release information, which they have, at the earliest legal opportunity. And that being said, I'd like to make the proposed amendment to strike the Director of the Union from the motion.
So, to be sure that I'm understanding your amendment properly, we want to amend it so that it says, the Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents. And the second part is gone entirely. Because without the Director of the Union part is literally a clause that says, to recommend that a formal review be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. Of what?
Sure.
Yes.
And how they handle the NDA.
Review the board.
No, it's by the board's doing the review. We haven't specified what they're reviewing.
It says to recommend that a formal review
of
be
their-
taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive
of their
Board.
management of the bookstore or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
the management. So do you want the
So you want to, so relative to the last amendment, you want to replace Director of the Union with what we just refused to put in the amendment.
Yes.
Yes. Can you read how we'll now stand?
Okay, so,
Yes.
and this is just for clarity's sake. So it would read, Rensselaer Union's 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to recommend that a formal review of the process regarding this situation be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. It's regarding the bookstore contract. To recommend that a formal review of the Director of the
Yes, but I'd like to
recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the bookstore contract be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. So moved by Spencer, seconded by
Me.
Okay. Is there any objection to the amendment? All right, so we are moving into a new queue.
Hold on. Please raise your hands. Yes. We've gone, Keegan, for the minute's sake, we've gone from the main queue into an amendment. If the amendment failed, we moved back to the main queue. We're moving to a separate, irrelevant from the first, sub-queue, first level. Okay, Spencer.
Yeah. I would like to yield my time to Justin, because I want to know what his problem is.
Please respect everyone as they are speaking.
Alright, so I have the floor now?
You have the floor.
So, our constituents are very upset. They're upset on the internet, they're upset in person, they're upset, a lot of our constituents are very upset. We are in a very difficult spot right now, and it is the best we have the opportunity to make an effort to show the students that we actually care and we're trying to make a proper resolution to this issue. If we get rid of our spine and try and make a motion we land up with a motion that literally does nothing, then what are we accomplishing? We're just going to make the constituents more upset because we're not doing anything. And just as they're upset with the process, they're going to be upset further because it'll look like that the student government, another body of the student government, is doing nothing. Because that's exactly what this amendment is landing up with us doing. We are not going to accomplish anything, and I'm sorry for that stutter. And honestly, we have a chance to make a difference, so why not actually take it instead of doing the stereotypical means of accomplishing essentially nothing.
Justin.
By the way, let's actually do something. Alright, I'm done.
Aaron.
Okay, so your constituents trust you. You are in this position because they trusted representative. You're doing a very good job by arguing for something to be done. However, throughout this meeting, which now, might I add, is going on plus hours, just so you know, you have got information that most people have changed their mind as to their thoughts as to them wanting to pass this motion. So obviously the information that was shared here has changed people's minds. So instead of creating some sort of investigation for the e-board to perform on themselves, because they're the ones that carried through the process, so they're just investigating themselves, you could maybe pass something that says, we will put out this certain information. You could give them specific questions that you want them to answer, but having them investigate themselves is just going to be a circular process. It's most of the same people that did it last year. And I yield my time to Justin.
I totally 100% agree with you. We should not be sending it to make a formal recommendation of itself. That's a terrible idea. We should be doing exactly what the motion originally said, because that will actually bring us to a resolution. We shouldn't be making a body, review itself. It doesn't accomplish anything. That's the whole point of checks and balances. So I 100% agree with you there, and that's why this amendment is a terrible idea.
Keegan.
I'd just like to say that I'm going to kind of disagree with everything that's said. I actually knew this was happening. I don't know how, but this was there, like Aaron's been saying, there's been kind of notes that this was going out. This was not a shock to me. And the people that I'm friends with, this was not a shock to them. This is the first I'm hearing that anybody's really shocked by this. I actually sat down with one people yesterday, we talked about this, that this is happening. And so I think that at this point, this amendment is completely unnecessary because I feel that the whole motion is completely unnecessary. But just to keep these moving, call question.
Oh, please, yes.
Oh, hold on, the question's been called.
Oh, call all question.
Yes. Second.
All right, so all of the questions have been called. This means.
It's gonna be more likely to pass if you don't call all of the questions, if you just call this question.
Hey, buddy.
We're going to.
I'm going to rule that calling all the questions is out of order on this, as I feel that that would not facilitate the best discussion of the matter.
There's no dissent. You can appeal the ruling of the chair.
I'll appeal that.
Alright, Keegan.
You're not DMing
The person in charge.
Go home.
Okay. So, there's a second.
Is there a second for the appeal?
Second.
It is debatable.
Oh my god.
All right.
So,
Yes. All right. So we have open discussion to discuss the appeal. So we are now opening a discussion to discuss the appeal of calling all the questions. This appeal was moved by Keegan, seconded. Bill.
for people's reference, before we go into this, after we are done debating the appeal and potentially amending it, sorry. Sorry. All right. So after we're done debating and potentially amending the appeal, sorry.
Then to vote on the appeal and then to call all the questions.
And
So-
then we'll vote on all the questions.
We have to vote on the appeal. It requires a majority vote in the negative to overrule the chair. Majority vote affirmatively sustains the will sustain the ruling of the chair. We'll make sure that that is clear when we are voting.
Point of personal privilege. What does yes mean?
Yes means that you agree with the initial motion and disagree with the chair. So you want to proceed in calling all the questions.
We just said that.
Just repeat it once more so we're clear.
If you vote yes, you want to you want to vote on calling all the questions. If you vote, wait a second.
No, it's the other
Sorry.
way.
If you vote yes, you are sustaining what Marcus said that it is out of order. If you vote no, you do in fact want to vote to call all the questions. So voting no will have the effect of overruling Marcus. Is that clear? Cool. This is majority vote. I'm going to open a queue for the discussion of why the ruling should be overruled. Keegan.
I think that the ruling should be overruled because I feel like at this point there's a lot of people in this room that feel that we're trying to make an amendment to something that they don't believe in anyway. So rather than amending something that nobody believes in, we should just end it if nobody believes in it.
Andrew.
Pass.
Marcus.
That being said, I do not want to risk the amendment going through and then people not having the chance to express their discontent with it, but I'm simply trying to facilitate the best discussion because I know that we will vote on it afterwards.
Spencer.
I made it clear when I proposed the amendment that in the event that we decide that we want to pass the main motion, I and I believe the other grads and the other people who've been voicing support believe that a review of the director of the union is inappropriate, and the amendment should pass and is an acceptable worst case scenario in the event that the main motion passes.
Point of order, is the appeal debatable?
That's what we're doing right
That's
now.
what we're doing.
Yeah, Mike wants to know if it's actually debatable.
We wouldn't do this.
Well, we're a bit late. Hold on.
Disregard everything that was just said, please.
Can we vote to not allow commentators to have opinions?
That will be, if there's something that you want to bring up at a later meeting, that's perfectly fine. You can get it to me on a motion a week before the meeting, unless you bring it up in the meeting, in which case we address it at that meeting. So until then, Senate stand at ease.
Appeal general case.
Dang it, no, I
It is debatable. Stated on page 257 and 258.
Is this a general case? It's the appeal of the ruling of.
This is not an appeal related to the union decorum or discretion of the rules of speaking, a priority of business, or was made when an undebatable question is immediately is pending. Otherwise, it's a general case.
So we're okay?
Not yet. Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean you get out of your seat, just for the record.
He's currently dealing, he's not in.
Out of the seat.
Spell Jeopardy wrong.
Is debatable.
Paul, do not play that game.
No.
It's Paul, it's Paul,
Mike.
12:20.
So, the motion to appeal is debatable. Guys, stop standing at ease. The motion to appeal is debatable unless it A, relates to indecorum or a transgression of the rules of speaking, B, relates to the priority of business, or C, is made when an undebatable question is immediately pending or involved in the appeal.
It was an undebatable question. That seems completely clear.
What does that?
Can we just say that it's okay?
It's actually, we are, call the question is the immediate,
It's a yes or no question.
I think we can't.
so call the question is
We should vote.
what was the preceding motion though was debatable, it was the amendment.
I'm expressing
Call
my
the question is not debatable,
Which
which is the proceeding.
My constituents want to see.
Yeah,
Small
he
batch.
said, call the question is.
Totally right, call the question is not,
Is that a jab at
That's what he's saying.
that's what the appeal is on though. Call the question, the immediately preceding,
Anyone else here?
Immediately proceeding was the amendment.
is made when
No.
is made when an undebatable question is immediately pending or involved in, it's involved in the appeal. Okay, so it is not debatable.
Alright,
Point of order is well taken.
alright. The appeal is not debatable. We will move to voting on calling.
No, on the appeal.
On the, yeah,
We're
we're moving
voting
to
on the
vote on the appeal as to whether or not calling all the questions was in order. If you do not think that calling all the questions was out of order, if you do not think that calling all the questions was out of order, vote no.
Yes.
That was a double negative.
Yeah.
So yes, point of order. Yes, Marcus, no, call questions.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So, if you agree with my ruling, vote yes. If you disagree with my ruling, vote no. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, we are going to vote now. All those in favor of the ruling, just to keep the language simple.
Or yes.
Please raise your hands immediately. All those opposed.
No, you counted me.
Okay.
I was just
All
like-
those opposed. So the appeal is invalid 10-5-1. It means that we are not calling all the questions. We return to the queue, discussing the amendment, And if someone were to call the individual question, it may or may not be ruled out of order.
You'll never.
Michael.
Alright, so right now we're talking about whether or not to change it to just evaluate the e-board. I agree with Spencer's intent to pass it and then say, oh, like, we're gonna fail it anyway, but in the bizarre event that it passes, it's not so bad. The reason that I asked to call all the questions was to end discussion because the intent was not to pass it in the first place. However, I think all the discussion we've had to this point, we can't have any more new discussion. So I want to call the question on this single amendment.
In order.
Thank you.
I assumed seconds, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Alright, we are now going to call the question and end discussion on the amendment that currently reads to recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the RPI bookstore contract be taken by the Rensselaer. To recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the RPI bookstore contract be taken by Rensselaer Union Executive Board. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently. Oh my God, I'm sorry. All those in favor of any discussion and voting on the amendment now, please raise your hand high and right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking. It's unanimous. All right. We're now voting on the amendment as I previously read.
Can I make a point of some clarification?
Request for
potentially
with that
Yes.
amendment, it should have removed all the mentions of the director of the union in the initial whereases and everything. I just want to make sure that those are struck properly.
No, you didn't.
That was
not made at all.
I asked multiple times because I was unsure about that.
All right.
More amendments.
So, the amendment currently reads that the second clause of the resolve says to recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the RPI bookstore contract be taken by the Rensselaer Union Executive Board. All other mentions of the director of the union are still in the motion. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently reads, please raise your hand immediately. All those in favor, please raise your hand, and if it's physically possible, lock your elbow. One hand. All those opposed? Amendment passes 14-1-1.
Okay, we are returning to the main queue, discussing the motion in its entirety. Kyle, you are already in the queue. Okay. I believe almost everyone has spoken to this point. If I will try and do my best. I am next in the queue. All right. I would like to recommend, as it was brought up in the amendment discussion, that to have the formal review of the contract situation be done by the executive board. Means that they're essentially reviewing what most of them did themselves with a few random new people thrown in there. I would like to suggest instead that a ad hoc committee be created to deal with this. I know it's a large undertaking, but if this is something we seriously want to do where a review is taken, it should be done by a board that is open for people to come in and voice their opinions, that can discuss the situation from start to finish. Certain information they will not get until the procedure finishes, but that way it's not the e-board reviewing themselves. I cannot make this motion, but I'd like to request that someone on the queue does, and I'm going to yield my time to Spencer.
I'm willing to make that amendment. Can we also include the striking of the
nothing preventing it,
the whereases that are no longer relevant to our resolution that mention the director of the union?
Give me a full, clear, line-by-line changes that you want to make.
I believe it's only the second to last whereas, correct?
Yeah.
The third to last does mention the director, but
well, it implies they had no proper permission.
No, but the third to last is okay, right? It's just the second to last.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply it. It kind of like directly states it.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. That is the problematical one. That
the other mention is okay.
Yes, yeah, it just doesn't agree with our resolution at all.
And how do you want to change the resolution at the bottom?
What you stated.
What I stated?
Yeah, to create an ad hoc committee,
Please say this to Paul so that he can enter it in on the board.
Taken by, no, the absolute last line, point two of the resolution.
Just pretty much just make it a point 3 at this point.
No, that.
We're removing it.
Well, aren't we qualifying the formal review? So we're saying that the formal review will be undertaken by this committee. So we're modifying point 2.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Created by the. The form given to RPI bookstore content be taken by.
To create an ad
They
hoc
can't,
committee
they
to conduct
can't,
a
they
formal
can't
review.
do this because it's an NDA. They can't make a committee that doesn't have e-borders in it.
The Senate.
But we can make a committee and certain information might not be available till later on, but.
Committee under.
We can only create our own committee.
Judicial board.
Why don't we do it?
We
on-
can't create, we cannot create a judicial board committee.
Spencer, please detail what you would like this to say.
Under the Senate.
Look, if you guys wanna do something joint, I'm sitting right here.
Can we make a joint committee? I don't know if
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's make it a joint ad hoc committee.
Does a joint committee have to be voted on by the
Mike would like to be.
Please cut all side discussion.
He's also.
Joshua, do joint committees have to be voted on by both bodies? Do you happen to know the answer to that?
I don't have a copy of the e-board bylaws in front of me.
There's no explicit rule on joint committees. If the Senate constitutes a committee and calls it a joint committee, what the Senate's doing, you say, we create this committee under our power, but okay, e-board, you have jurisdiction over them too. You can do this on your own.
Do you want to add to be chaired by Mike? Or no?
Yeah. Actually, we can, to be voted on by the Senate. at least.
Okay.
Also, you don't have to call it an ad hoc committee in the motion. Any committee you create for a
Agreed.
specific purpose is automatically ad hoc.
I like the ad hoc.
Up to you.
He has.
Yo, is that
Yeah.
easy or not?
Yeah.
Is this motion read
let
as
me
you currently
reread
would
it.
like it to?
Yeah. We're well into Wednesday, and I have Wednesdays off. Yeah, that's good. Kosher.
Okay,
We have picnic tables tomorrow morning. You don't have Wednesday.
good, because you had about 45 seconds left.
Interview with Texas.
The Rensselaer Union, alright, I have to read the whole motion. Whereas the Rensselaer Union takes pride in being one of the few student-run student unions in the country, and whereas the RPI bookstore is currently operated and managed by the Rensselaer Union, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Student Senate and the Rensselaer Union Executive Board make decisions on behalf of the Rensselaer student body, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Executive Board engaged in secretive dialogue regarding the operation of the RPI bookstore, and whereas on or about Monday, April 27, 2015, RPI bookstore employees were informed by the director of the union, Joseph Cassidy, that an outside company, Follett Corporation, would be taking control of the RPI bookstore on June 15, 2015, and whereas the Rensselaer Union Constitution, Article 7, Section 2, Paragraph E, provides a clear procedure for the management of the business affairs of any and all facilities operated by the Rensselaer Union. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves: 1, to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents. 2, to recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the RPI bookstore contract be taken by a joint ad hoc committee under the Student Senate and the Executive Board. So moved by Spencer, seconded by Tim.
Gonna open up a queue for discussion of Spencer's proposed amendment.
Wait, why? Is this not object?
Oh, sorry.
Does anyone object? I was giving them time to think. Because they take time to vote now. I don't know why. Does anyone object to the amendment as it reads?
Yes, sorry. I have.
Hooray.
Do not be sorry. Stand by your opinion strongly and proudly.
I object.
We will now open discussion on the amendment.
Michael.
Michael is first on the queue. Please respect the speaker who is on the queue.
Okay. This new committee, the idea is that we don't want the executive board to review themselves, but the privileged information that would be critical to reviewing this process is only available to e-boarders, so there's no way that anyone besides e-boarders can accurately, fully, confidently undergo a review. So why are we doing this? Why can't we vote this down and then vote down the whole thing, which is what I want to do, and it's perfectly fine the way it was, so I'm going to vote no on this amendment.
Justin.
Although this is a better improvement to the previous state of the motion, which is doing the only point that I have to make is we have to make sure that we have to make sure that, that it's not exclusively the e-board. So, we have to make sure that, it is appointed by the Grand Marshal. I don't know if that needs to be a specific, like, addition to that. I'm going to assume and say that, the chair will be appointed by the Grand Marshal. I'm guessing he's looking it up. Also, from a point of a constituent, they, the people who are familiar with this so far are okay with this, as long as anyone is able to join this committee, which is pretty standard to a Senate committee. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Other than that, I still think we should, I also have a problem with the whereas clause being removed, because it is a vital detail to the information that is, the whereas is explaining the motion as to why we're doing it in the first place. And that is an important detail. It's a fact that we are now removing. So I'm not sure why we're, just gonna be striking facts for willy-nilly purposes. So that's why I'm against this amendment as it stands. The number 2 part.
Asking this as a question.
No. I'm just going to say I'm against this. Thank you.
Stephen.
Pass.
Kyle.
Okay, so I want to address Michael's point. As I said before, the concern here is not with one group, not with another. It's really with the process itself. Regardless of the specific necessity, the process that is in place is that if any of the governing groups makes a decision, that decision has to be made public. It's an accountability thing to keep us connected to our constituents, and that cannot be circumvented just because of convenience or just because it's what needs to be done in one way or another. As such, I do agree that the process should be investigated somehow. Creating this sort of ad hoc committee is an appropriate way to do it, because you're not pointing fingers at anybody, you're not jumping to conclusions. Instead, you're saying, we hear the constituents, we hear the concerns they're bringing up, we agree there was a breakdown in the process, we want to make sure, we want to get answers and to make sure this doesn't happen again. While the e-board is the previous e-board is the only group that has information on this currently, there will come a time when that information is public. And if the contract is actually signed in June, that means the NDA will be over at that point. Information will be public once the Senate reconvenes in the fall. Even if it's not, I think it's a priority that, given the level of concern students have, some sort of push occurs to make this information public, to make this information accessible, so that we can give our constituents answers. I think that this motion with Spencer's amendment is very appropriate. I think it's well worded. I think it deals with the issue without jumping to conclusions, and that it would it's a good thing. That's all I have to say.
It's Alex. Thank you. My name's Alex. All right, so the reason I suggested that this motion be made, and I agree with making it specifically a joint committee, is, as Kyle mentioned, right, the information will be released at some point, and if it's not, then the committee can pursue getting that information released with effort at that time. Because of the fact that we are reviewing the process, eventually reviewing student government process as a whole, the system is not just the executive board, it also involves the Senate. Should we have been, why are we not informed? And I think it should involve everyone who would potentially have a stake in this matter. If it was just the Senate investigating, it could turn into finger pointing and you did this wrong and just fix it, sort of thing. In many cases, when an investigation is undertaken, it is done, for example, within the organization. If you look at procedure for removing someone, the Senate is the only person that investigates what happened potentially with the Grand Marshal and then would recommend his or her removal. It doesn't go outside of that. It's not that the e-board then decides that. So the e-board should have a voice and a say in the discussion going on about that. Keegan.
Call to question. Not call all questions, just call to question on this one singular amendment. Making that very clear.
Call the question.
I'm aware.
Second.
Right. Question has been called. All those in favor of ending discussion and moving to vote on the amendment as it currently reads, please raise your hand before I start counting in 3, 2, 1. Awesome. 1, 2. All those opposed? Alright, passes to go to a vote, 1501. We will now vote on the amendment as it currently reads. The amendment currently reads, the Rensselaer Union I have to go all the way up.
Just say we're striking it.
Everything below where I start has been changed. It's, whereas on or about Monday, April 27, 2015, RPI bookstore employees were informed by the director of the union, Joseph Cassidy, that an outside company, Follett Corporation, will be taking control of the RPI bookstore on June 15, 2015, whereas the Rensselaer Union Constitution under Article 7, Section 2, Paragraph E provides a clear procedure for the management of the business affairs of any and all facilities operated by the Rensselaer Union. The Rensselaer Union 46 Student Senate hereby resolves to emphasize the importance of maintaining open and transparent dialogue between student government and its constituents, and to recommend that a formal review of the situation regarding the RPI bookstore contract be taken by a joint ad hoc committee under the Student Senate and the Executive Board. So moved by Spencer, seconded by Tim. All those in favor of the amendment as it currently reads? All those opposed? Amendment passes 13-3-0.
Aaron, on the main queue. We're discussing the entire motion as it currently is written.
Yeah, I can be honest, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I'll give my time to Spencer.
I would like to propose that we vote by roll call, and I would like to call the question.
Second.
Both of those.
Roll call.
I will rule roll call out of order, and my reason is that you cannot call for a roll call vote until we are in voting procedure.
Fine, keep that in mind.
So now we are calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question and ending discussion right now on the entire motion as it currently reads, please raise your hand before I finish speaking.
Finish.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's unanimous. All right. We have called the question. We are now going to vote.
Motion to roll call vote. Just you want to roll call. You don't have to motion.
We are going to do a roll call vote.
It's ready?
Great.
All right. Senate, please stay in order. We are technically in voting procedure. We are simply waiting so that the secretary can properly count the roll call votes. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the roll call vote, how it works is we will go down the list, which is determined by
We've changed
right.
it. May I?
Is determined.
I'm going to read section 3 here. Section 3B, if a roll call vote is requested, the secretary will read the names of senators alphabetically by surname. If the grand marshal is included in the voting population, he or she will be called last. Each senator may vote yes, no, or pass. If they pass, their name will be read again after the first completion of the roll call. At this time, the senator must vote or abstain. No vote may be determined nor any result announced until all senators present have voted or abstained.
Request for
Does-
information, he doesn't have an alphabetical list.
I am organizing them in Excel if you give me like 2 minutes.
Does an abstention effectively count as a no in this situation?
2 minutes.
We are we're voting on a regular motion, which is majority vote. It's simple majority. It's a standard motion. There's nothing special about it.
Senate, please stay in order while we get this list ready for the roll call vote. That means all side discussions by senators needs to cease until we are voting.
It's a main motion, it's majority. We're creating a committee that's majority. There's nothing here that says it shouldn't be majority. It's standard, simple
Justin, when you obtain the alphabetical list, please simply carry your laptop over to Keegan so that we can skip the email process.
I am aware. I've now copied the list out of the agenda, and I am now putting it in the Excel document to split it so we can get it by last name.
Do you know how to use fill down to, or flash fill to split it?
Would you come here and help me?
So start with Mike in that column, type Mike.
Well, no, it's
Now write Spencer in the next one.
Please stop all side discussion unless you are working on creating the
They're not
alphabetical
close enough,
list.
so they won't do all of them, but just enter. That'll fill that. we can do the rest of it. We do the same for last name, obviously.
Oh, good. I'm just going for the record.
How you doing? How long is the record? Point of information?
Point of information, what is the record?
I've got some new business.
I don't want to know.
No, there's been like a 6-hour Senate meeting.
You can still give your
We're almost
report.
at 5.
Tim, the longest one was 6 hours. 6?
Yeah, but we still have to.
Oh.
Committee reports.
Longest committee report.
We have to do a straw poll to see what.
Can you guys do
time should
GTA
be.
tonight, please?
I mean,
With the specific goal of
like, why not go for a record, like, just a couple more hours, right? Tell me, what do you guys?
I'm the fifth life, so I'm gonna.
Who's married?
That's really funny. How's things done tonight?
Sorry.
Okay. I do.
All right, almost done.
iTunes.
Okay, well, Everybody's always, I like at the beginning of the, I'm like, hey, 11 o'clock. It's like, should we just stop at 12? And now it's like, oh, if I go to bed before midnight, it's like, I'm like, I'm grandma.
Tommy would go first.
Yeah.
But Tommy would stop.
Polly, sit down.
We are about to enter voting procedure.
We're about to enter voting.
Actually, every time.
Please cut all side discussions. We are going to vote. Discussion while voting is not cool for many reasons, like changing people's opinions and stuff. So, we will be voting by roll call. Does anyone need clarification on how we will be voting or what we are voting on? No? Awesome. We will now begin the roll call vote as per the secretary's instructions.
So I just start listing down last name?
Yes.
Alright. Keola.
Mike?
He says pass.
Pass.
Caraway, pass. Church.
Pass.
D'Amato, I'm not here. Edson.
Yes.
Fox.
No.
Freeberg.
Yes.
Han.
No.
Delory.
Yes.
Kajewski.
Pass.
Krentz.
No.
Miner. I gotta butcher it.
Maynard.
Maynard.
No.
Miller.
No.
Notley.
Yes.
Scott.
No.
Sparaza.
Yes.
Venusto.
No.
It's not effective. Keola.
Mike?
No.
No.
Church.
No.
Kajewski.
Yes.
And that's it. Did I miss one?
You skipped
You skipped
yourself.
yourself.
I did get myself already. I put myself in.
Well, you need to
No,
announce
Yeah,
it.
to
No, sorry. I'm not gonna announce it.
Last hour.
Please stop all side discussions.
Point of information, does anyone abstain? You cannot abstain. Cannot?
You can abstain.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
It fails 6-10.
The answer is no, no abstain.
Motion fails. 6-10. We will now move to the next item on our agenda, which is number 6, committee reports. As the new Rules and Elections co-chair is unfamiliar with the current situation of the Rules and Elections Committee, we will hear from the other co-chair of the Rules and Elections Committee, Paul Laurie. Please tell us about what you will be working on over the summer, if anything.
I have a co-chair. We're not talking about what we're working on over the summer because it would cause you guys to throw a gigantic hissy fit.
Is that it?
Okay.
Cool.
Right. If anyone has any questions regarding anything related to the Rules and Elections Committee or the elections process, please contact Paul over the summer through his email, which will be publicized on the Senate website. Academic Affairs Committee, Spencer, what will you be working on towards the summer?
over the summer, mostly trying to drum up an.
Please give the speakers your full attention.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
We're gonna work on a framework for some of the projects this year and try and publicize so that we have a hopefully eager base awaiting us in the fall.
Next, Student Government Communications Committee. Jen.
What's up, guys? The website is totally live. If you need access to it for your respective student government group, please let me know. I'm working on the grad council website, getting that up and going. And plans over the summer include getting like a rough calendar together for our face-to-face stuff. We'll let you guys know about that. And I think that's it.
Alright. Facilities and Services Committee. Michael Hahn.
Tomorrow, or today, in about 9 hours and 10 minutes, we're going to be starting picnic tables building construction. I've only gotten 5 senators to sign up for times in the spreadsheet that I sent out, so I need you guys to sign up for times. You're probably not going to be doing all that much, but hanging out, interfacing with people who are actually interested in a Senate project for once, I think is really important. I've also appointed Joe Venusto as HSAC chair for the upcoming year, which doesn't require a vote as stated in our bylaws. Over the summer, we're going to be doing this planning for the upcoming year, same as we did last year. But yeah, I'm not going to send out the spreadsheet again because I sent it out twice, but please sign up for times. That's it.
Hospitality Services Advisory Committee. Joe Venusto.
So, over the summer, we are going to be planning recommendations for the 16-17 school year, since those need to be rolled out by the end of October. Fun fact. As well as fixing the errors of the previous HSAC chair, who did a terrible job this year. Boo.
Alright, we will now hear from the Student Life Committee, Paul Lord.
Okay, so right now we're just going to continue the work we were looking into on universal access. The shuttle stuff has wrapped up for the year. I was talking to Lexi about that. If you know that you're interested in being on SLC, email me, so I'll add you to the email list. So when I need to start nagging people over the summer to do stuff, we're talking about ideas, when you get those hot fire emails, yo. And we're out.
Web Technologies Group. As it still lacks a chair currently, I will be talking more about that in the Grand Marshal report. For the time being, Justin, please report on the Web Technologies Group.
This is on behalf of Gabe Perez, the previous chair who's currently assuming the duties. We set up flagship for the 2015-2016 school year. I'm currently talking to him about getting our secretary over there permission to upload. Should be done within the next few days. Other than that, we met with a couple interested students that were interested in working on revamping the shuttle tracker program to allow for incoming notifications. So when a shuttle is, say, 2 minutes away, it'll be notifying you. It's definitely a difficult project because it's hard to predict shuttle times because of traffic lights, etc. But they will be, we will keep you informed as that goes along. In addition, we have a preliminary plan for the voting system that you guys have tasked WebTech with. As it stands, there are 2 plans. We're looking to code one, as you guys have asked us to, and the alternate option is we are going to place 2 bins in the middle of the room. One will be green and one will be red, and each senator will receive a different colored piece of paper, and they will throw that paper into the bin in order to vote yes or no. If they miss, they abstain. So that is the voting system that's another voting system that we will be presenting before the Senate at some point during next school year. Have a nice day.
Alright. Moving on to constituent reports. We have for the Executive Board, we'll be hearing from Shoshana for the last time as she will no longer be the Senate Executive Board Liaison. That duty will be taken up by Andrew Sedano. Shoshana, last spiel.
The Executive Board approved a reallocation from UPAC Lights' reserve account for a sensor rack.
No, it was for new trust. Oh, you're saying that.
From
Whoops.
the sensor rack.
She's got this. She's got this.
I've done this a while. To the trusses, 4 15-inch sections, which need to be replaced for safety reasons. the jazz ensemble was approved to start a pilot program over the summer, so they'll have rehearsals and performances going on. So if you're here over the summer, go check them out. The field room carpet's going to be replaced. Currently, we've been looking at samples, so the idea is instead of having one big giant sheet of carpet, we're gonna have sections, so that way when there's issues with it, you can replace sections, which should be a more cost-effective solution. So we were just looking at different designs today. The players was approved for reallocation from their musical to new furniture. And then 2 clubs were approved as union recognized clubs, comma, the Creative Writing Club, and Jade. And then additionally, we were supposed to hear from Gabe Development about a reallocation. They didn't show up, but it's under $500, so they'll probably just open it. UAR report for future plans.
So the infographic, we're trying to get both started and completed that over the summer. They'll be sent out to you guys as soon as completed, so you guys can take a look at it, see if you have any suggestions or ideas for it. We have a kind of beginning model and a working idea for it. Just hoping to get that completed.
Thank you. Graduate Council, Mike Kayola, and as the speaker system on the laptop is not the most effective, Jen Spencer.
Basically, our summer soccer league is going to kick off, unintended, start of June. We're going to be doing an event, like a barbecue thing with Steve Allard and the Mueller Center. Other than that, we're trying to get some meetings for class fee, but who knows if that'll happen. That's it.
All right, Greek Center, IFC, James Whalen is currently not here. What's going on in IFC, from what I can recall, is that they were working on how they're going to be conducting Rush in the next semester, as there are limitations for dorm access due to the changes that were currently imposed. People will be taking turns, different houses will be taking turns going into the dorms for Rush. That's where the current plans lie. People had a great time at the events that happened last weekend, and they hope to see you next semester. All right, Greek Center, Pan Hel, Victoria Fan, also not here. Can anyone speak on behalf of what is going on in Pan Hel?
AGD, Water Wars, and with RC went well, and Amazing Race with Alpha Phi and SE went well, and were both successful events. In terms of a Greek Dean, I believe they're doing interviews over the summer, and they're looking for applicants to help with the interview process.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that too. Okay. Grand Marshal Report, end of semester announcements. We've got a few. So, first is that we currently have vacancies in our Senate leadership. The Web Technologies Group has an open chairship. If you're interested in being the chair of the Web Technologies Group, I am reopening the open call. This open call, due to the fact that finals are occurring and students will not be able to rapidly apply themselves for this position, and to give them proper time to consider it, I will be allowing students until the end of May, that is May 31st, to apply for the position of the Web Technologies Group Chair. If you are interested, please contact me at gm@rpi.edu. Also, I will be recommending you to contact the previous chair of the Web Technologies Group. If you don't do so already, I don't remember the email RCS off the top of my head, presg2@rpi.edu, never mind. Contact them for more information after contacting me if you're interested in the chairship. That being said, next, Senate Train. Senate Train will be happening in August. It will be along the styles of a mock Senate meeting. This will be to allow people to better understand the important things about being a senator, including avoiding circular discussion, making sure everyone understands what kind of points of X exist and don't exist. Please stop banging on the table. And what kind of behavior is disruptive to Senate meetings, case in point. Next, we will also be working with all the committee chairs on the summer progress for their projects. If you have been charged with an individual project, just because you're not on campus over the summer doesn't mean you can't contact people and make the progress that will make things much smoother in the fall. And if you are here over the summer, don't be afraid to meet with administrators. I did that last summer. It's effective, and they have a lot more time. Further, keep an eye out for the meeting time for the next semester. I will be sending that out very soon as I get the last answers for the one is good. And the Greek Dean, they're currently looking for assistant Greek Dean. They're working on this over the summer. If you are interested, you can contact, I believe, the Pan Hel president as well as the IFC president, or contact myself. I'll put you in contact with them. So if you're here over the summer and this is something that pertains to you, please look contact us, get involved, and that way we can get more student input, because we value student input. There we go. Is there any unfinished business that anyone would like to remind me of? Again, I mean, at this point, we're just gonna get a record time that we're
Count
gonna
down
go
to 6
for, so
hours.
don't be afraid. Record is 6 hours. We can do
We
this.
did 6 hours. That's only an hour more, guys.
Exactly.
No.
So,
No.
we wanna talk
Any
about minutes?
new business?
Recess for like.
Is there any new business? Do you actually have new business?
Not that we have to discuss, I'd like to just say something here for Senate training. So I don't really have a slot where I can speak in the agenda,
That's fine.
so I figured new business.
I'll allow it.
A reminder to people, if there is anything specific you'd like to see at Senate training in regards to Robert's Rules of Order, Parliamentary Procedure, please email me and gm@rpi.edu, letting us know what you would like to see specifically
People,
at that.
please do not start packing up yet.
At that mock meeting. The mock meeting is only as effective as we can address things that you guys have questions on or unsure about. Also, if there are any documents that you would like created of sort of shortened versions of this giant book I have here, please let me know. Senators receive sort of the parliamentary procedure for the Senate guide. That'll be a little bit expanded and given to everyone at training, as well as a couple of other guides for guests and presenters. Anything else you may want, please again let me know. Also CC gm@rpa.edu on those emails. Thanks.
One last announcement. If you have any concerns with any projects on how they are going or anything at all, please email people. If you find out constituents have a problem with someone or something in the way it's being run, please email the relevant person. If they have a problem with elections, email the R&D co-chair. If they have a problem with the way we're handling things in academics, email Spencer, all that. Make sure you put people in contact with the individuals. We want to encourage a student senate where things come up to us as individuals as well as at general body meetings. Is there any questions from the press?
Oh.
All right, thank you very much for the meeting. Before you leave, we need to take pretty much all these tables here out of here. So if you would be so kind as to help us return the room to the way it originally was, I'd be very grateful. Meeting adjourned.